to the 2025 budget of income and expenditure as presented by the Minister of Finance, MP for St. Patrick's East, under the theme Towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising, a theme that is carefully chosen to steer the development of the country as we move forward. Pleasant good afternoon to all members of this House. I trust you had a very good lunch. Good afternoon to all listeners here in the state of Grenada and in the diaspora. Pleasant good afternoon to members in the gallery. Let me take this opportunity to thank God for his continued guidance, mercies, and protection as I continue to serve in the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. I want to also extend my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for having faith in me, to afford me the opportunity to continue to provide leadership to this very important ministry. Let me take the opportunity to thank MP Delmore for agreeing to join the government of Grenada and for working along with me to serve the people of this country. To the people from the big parish who are in the gallery attending this session, especially those from St. Andrews Northwest, I admire your commitment to the cause of development of this country. To my prominent secretaries and staff of the ministry who have worked so hard to assist in ensuring that the agenda of the ministry is fulfilled, I express my thanks to you all. Let me take this opportunity to wish all social workers within the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs a happy Social Workers' Day as we celebrate today under the theme Strengthening Intergenerational Solidarity for Enduring Well-Being. I encourage you as social workers to continue to make a difference in the lives of the people whom you serve. Thank you for your service. Madam President, last year, the Ministry of Social and Community Development was allocated an amount of $41 million to provide services to the people of the Tri-Island state, and they were adequately serviced as far as the resources allowed. This year's budgetary allocation has seen an increase, and this will certainly allow for greater service to the people of Grenada. In reflecting on the achievements of the ministry, so much has been done. We have exceeded expectation in many areas, and we still have a lot to do. We can safely say the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs is one of the most active ministries in the government of Grenada, meeting the needs of the people and the community. We have to continually determine between needs and wants to offer social provision for persons making requests. Madam President, as we navigate the complexities of the social challenges we are faced with, it is very clear that the Ministry of Social Development is pivotal to addressing these societal challenges. Our aim is targeted focus on improving the quality of life for our citizens, fostering inclusive growth, and empowering families and individuals to reach their full potential. Achievements, 2024 achievements. Hurricane Beryl response, psychosocial support. Madam President, I give high commendation to first responders for the swift response after the Hurricane Beryl. 2 days following the passage of the hurricane, the psychosocial team was on the ground providing psychosocial support to persons in shelters and affected communities, which continued for months following the aftermath of the hurricane. Interventions were conducted with staff of the National Emergency Operations Center, police officers, nurses, airport staff, elderly homes, emergency shelters, community interventions, direct individual attentions, and so on. 162 persons benefited from group interventions, 43 from individual counseling, and 924 persons were reached through community interventions. The main objective was to provide psychological well-being after burial using various disaster mental health interventions to safeguard against post-disaster mental health issues. The intervention methods used was psychological first aid and trauma-informed care counseling. World Food Program grant. The ministry benefited from the Hurricane Burial Relief Grant Fund from the World Food Program, which formed part of the ministry's response. The grant received was $271,600, and it was given to support immediate burial response efforts. SEED, support for education, empowerment, and development. One of the major achievements of the SEED program is the rollout of the cash card, which will allow for easier access to funds. Currently, there are 7,685 beneficiaries on the program. All beneficiaries in Carriacou and Pitimatnik receive a cash top-up of EC $700 following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, whilst beneficiaries' household in St. John, St. Mark's, and St. Patrick's receive an amount of $330. This was made possible through funding assisted by the World Food Program and UNICEF. Elderly care and family support response. The Top Hill Elderly Care Home was significantly damaged in the hurricane. As a result, the residents of the home were relocated to the mainland. Subsequent to the relocation, it was determined that the ministry needed to expand its response to accommodate more of our elderly citizens and vulnerable families. Early childhood support. The ministry partnered with UNICEF to support the early childhood unit in Carriacou and Pitimatnik, which was severely impacted by Hurricane Beryl. A grant of $21,360 were given to expand our reach and impact. A great number of children in need of essential care and support was reached. Age-appropriate education material, such as posters, early childhood development kits, activity books, and soft toys were distributed to create a stimulating and comforting environment for the children as a coping strategy. Burial Relief Income Support Program, BRISP. The BRISP program is managed by the Government of Grenada with support from World Food Program. Applications were received from persons affected by Hurricane Beryl in November 2024. From the parishes of St. Patrick's, St. Mark's, St. John's, and St. Andrew's, many people came forward, as well as Carriacou and Pitimatnik. The aim of the program is to provide income support to households who would have suffered loss of income due to the hurricane. In excess of 1,200 persons applied for the program, while a total of 869 been successful. The program duration is 6 months, and successful applicants have been receiving their distribution through the parish revenue offices. Payments have been made thus far for January and February. March disbursements and the remaining months will occur during the last week of each month. Payout thus far for January and February amounted to $1,506,700. Institutional strengthening, policy and legislative agenda. Madam President, my ministry continues to make significant strides in policy development and empowerment projects. Projects that build and strengthen our resilience and national development agenda. In 2024, we advanced 2 major national policies: the National Disability Policy and Action Plan, and a new National Population Policy that laid the foundation for advancing our national inclusivity agenda. National Disability Policy and Action Plan. The National Disability Policy and Action Plan speaks to the necessity of a comprehensive and inclusive approach to empowerment, addressing barriers across healthcare, education, employment, and all other key sectors of society. We must be mindful that true inclusion is not achieved through policies alone, but through sustained action and a collective commitment to removing the barriers. Access to communal resources and public spaces is a right. We must ensure that physical accessibility is a priority in planning and infrastructural development. We need to emphasize the importance of retrofitting public buildings to meet the needs of persons with disabilities and ensuring that transportation and other public services are equally available to all citizens. Madam President, this is a step in the right direction to realize true inclusivity. The National Population Policy Madam President, after recognizing our development planning agenda is significantly deficient and operating without an established planning framework, we decided a population policy in collaboration with the United Nations Population Fund. The policy is a structured framework to respond to emerging demographics and human development realities in Grenada. This framework emphasizes the importance of demographic resilience and enhancing the capacity of the population to adapt to social, economic, and environmental changes while fostering linkages between set targets and our development outcomes. By prioritizing resilience, the framework aims to ensure sustainable progress in human development, even in the face of shifting demographic trends and external pressures. The ministry successfully completed the development of 2 important policies designed to enhance our victim response mechanisms: the policy on the rights of victims and survivors of gender-based violence in Grenada, and the policy to guide legislative reform on gender-based violence. The policy on the rights of victims and survivors of gender-based violence in Grenada establishes general guiding principles for the law enforcement officers, police officers, of the justice system, the court, health workers, and human service workers to inform service delivery to victims and survivors. The policy to guide legislative reform on gender-based violence strengthens Grenada policy and legislative framework to effectively address gender-based violence and eliminate systemic gaps that hinder justice for survivors. The policy addresses systemic gaps related to gender-based and family violence, focusing on legislative reforms in areas such as family law, child protection, non-marital union, domestic violence, sexual offenses, victims' rights, and institutional reform. The policy provides guidance on non-legislative matters related to access to justice, addressing the needs of institutions designed to provide essential services, support victims, and hold offenders accountable. Gender focal point. Madam President, through the Division of Gender and Family Affairs, we successfully formalized a network of gender focal points under the CUSO International Blueprint for Gender Equality in various ministries. The initiative provided training in gender analysis and result-based management to designate gender focal points. The step, Madam President, have laid the foundation for a more systemic gender mainstreaming approach in all sectors of government. The ministry, through the Gender-Based Violence Unit, intensified its effort against domestic and gender-based violence in 2024 through awareness, coordination, and support activities. It coordinated Grenada's observance of the 16 Days of Activism campaign with nationwide events, effectively raising public awareness and engaging stakeholders in combating gender-based violence. Madam President, the unit also strengthened multi-agency coordination by conveying the coordinating mechanism stakeholders, consultation, and maintaining ongoing case management for GBV cases. This collaboration approach aimed to improve how different sectors respond to and prevent violence. Parenting. Madam President, our parenting program is essential for equipping our parents with skills and knowledge to foster positive parenting practices. It also helps to reduce the risk of children being abused and enhance children's well-being. It provides support and a sense of community, helping parents navigate challenges and rebuild stronger families' relationships. Madam President, in this light, the parenting unit expanded its family outreach program and support services. The unit implemented parenting education initiatives such as the Wiry and Spicy Parent programs, with the successful completion of 3 cycles of parenting training during 2024. This program collectively trained over 900 parents and prospective parents. In addition to the training, the unit provided direct support to families in need, which included the distribution of food hampers as part of a parenting support safety net to help vulnerable households. It is said that a hungry man is an angry man, and sometimes when parents become hungry, the children suffer. Men programming. Madam President, the Men's Bureau was established in 2023 as an evolution of the former Men's Desk. The Men's Bureau made notable progress in 2024 by actively involving men and boys in gender equality efforts. It successfully conducted the Boys to Men mentorship program, engaging young men in personal development and positive masculinity training. The year's activity culminated in a graduation ceremony recognizing participants' achievements. This program provided a structured environment for boys to develop life skills and challenge negative gender stereotypes, making a measurable step forward towards gender-responsive attitudes among young men. The Men's Bureau also led community outreach around International Men's Day, organizing engagements and public forums in various communities. These events encourage men's involvement in conversations about fatherhood, mental health, and gender equality, thereby broadening support for the overall gender agenda. Through such initiatives, the Men Bureau in 2024 helped ensure that men and boys are acknowledged as crucial partners in advancing the gender equality. Social interventions. Madam President, the Division of Social Services is our main social protection program delivery machinery. The mandate of the division is to provide services that are geared towards equitable and sustainable improvements in the quality of life of vulnerable people in the state of Grenada. The focus of the division is to address social protection by providing restorative, rehabilitative, and support services to adult offenders and victim services to individuals and families in time of crisis. Implementation of safety nets program, services geared towards improving the lives of older persons, and services geared towards the early stimulation of infants between the ages 0 to 3 years. Madam President, I want to speak a little bit on the juvenile justice program. In light of the current situation with our youth, we see the importance of placing much needed emphasis on our juvenile justice system. Our juvenile justice system is crucial for addressing the unique needs of young offenders and the youth at risk population by focusing on prevention and rehabilitation approaches. Prevention and rehabilitation. It aims to guide youth towards positive development, reduce recidivism, and support the integration of young offenders who serve custodial sentences. Madam President, our government continues to support juvenile justice institutional strengthening through the provision of critical staff to support this program agenda. This included the hiring of 2 probation officers, which strengthened our capacity to provide case management and individual support for juveniles across different jurisdictions. Additionally, 2 community reintegration officers were hired to assist with the transition of juveniles back into society, post-detention, facilitating smoother reintegration through targeted support and community-based programs. The new staff additions have already been translated into service delivery improvements, particularly in addressing individual needs and achieving better reintegration outcomes. Madam President, to streamline case management and enhance accessibility, the Division of Juvenile Justice undertook the district reassignment of probation officers. District 1 covering St. George's, St. John's, and St. Mark's, and District 2 serving St. Andrew, St. Patrick, and St. David. This reorganization has allowed officers to better manage their caseload geographically, ensuring that juveniles in each area have consistent access to probationary services. This move has also improved our response time, allowing more efficient monitoring, and support. The Juvenile Justice Technical Advisory Committee was set in place in 2024. This was established to ensure that interagency collaboration becomes a reality. Interagency collaboration is pivotal in addressing the complexities of juvenile justice by focusing on policy program monitoring, enhanced service coordination, and cooperation by fostering communication across agencies. Thus far, significant progress was made with ensuring a cohesive approach to juvenile justice and establishing a coherent mechanism for improvement in service delivery. The National Harnessing Young Potential Excellence, HYPE, mentoring program. A milestone achievement was the launch and implementation of the Cabinet-approved National Harnessing Young Potential Excellence Juvenile Program. The HYPE program is designed to address juvenile delinquency through mentorship and positive role modeling, building resilience, developing life skills, and creating supportive networks for at-risk youth. The program goals align with our commitment to providing alternative pathways for youth, particularly those on the boundaries of justice system. The main objective of the program is to steer them away from delinquency and towards a trajectory of positive personal development. Training, consultation, and public engagements. Madam President, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs recognizes the importance of training, retraining, and upskilling of staff to ensure that staff members remain relevant and adaptable to changing job realities. And so, Madam President, a number of training consultations and public engagements were undertaken. This, Madam President, is the essence of our efficient service delivery at the ministry. And I have about 3 pages of training that we do, but that could always be accessed. Community development. Madam President, in 2024, the Department of Community Development sought to revamp community development to reflect a lessening of focus on concrete projects and an increased focus on softer aspects of community development, for example, soft skills and vocational training. An area of interest for us is community education in areas of financial management, priority setting, and decision making. Madam President, those areas, if executed carefully, can solve a lot of our problems in this island. In keeping with its mandate, community development assisted in the formation and resuscitation of over 100 small businesses throughout the country. These included businesses in agriculture, landscaping, mechanical engineering, and information technology, to name a few. Madam President, a fashion design program at Malmong Community Center, St. David, was conducted. Electrical installation program at Lafayette School, St. Andrews Northwest, was done. Introductory plumbing training in collaboration with Grandcase at Riverside Community Center, St. Patrick's, was done. In the area of sports development, upgrades were done to several playing fields with the construction of toilet facilities and the provision of right lighting. These included Lamode Playing Field, St. George's Northwest, Maribor Plainfield, St. Andrews Northwest, Laborie Plainfield, St. George's Southeast, Munich Plainfield, St. Andrews Southwest, Alston George Park Pavilion, St. Mark's, Riverside Plainfield, Bleachers Covering, St. Patrick's East, Crowshoe Primary School, Plainfield. The Division of Community Development is pleased to report that it was responsible for introducing solar streetlights to the big parish. Today, this is a common feature around the island. As we now move towards environmental sustainability and reducing carbon footprints, Madam President, utilizing solar energy, which is clean, renewable energy, is the way to go. Madam Chairman, Madam President, for many years, our community centers, which are at the heart of community development, have been neglected and have fallen into a state of disrepair. Madam President, hear this. In some cases, these vital spaces were repurposed for uses far removed from their intended purpose, including as private residence, businesses, churches, and even storage facilities. As the then government failed to provide housing facilities for persons needing same. Madam President, we therefore must address this anomaly so that community centers can be of benefit for the entire community and not just for one individual and their family. The Ministry of Community Development has been committed to restoring these community centers to their rightful role within our communities. To this end, in 2024, significant renovation works have been undertaken at many of the centers across the island. Furthermore, Madam President, we have established management committees to oversee the operation of these centers, ensuring that they function independently of the ministry with local leadership guiding their activities. To make these centers easily identifiable and to create a sense of unity, all refurbished centers have been painted in a distinctive standard blue color. No green, no yellow. Madam President, this initiative is part of our broader vision to reinstate community centers as hubs for social, cultural, educational, and recreational activities. Some of the community centers which were renovated included Corinth, Vincent, Beirut, Old Wester Hall, and Belay Community Center in St. David's. La Poterie and Upper St. John Community Center, River Sally Community Center. Electrical works was done on the Union Community Center in St. Mark's, Mama Cairns and Crowshoe Community Centers, Shantymill Community Center, Happy Hill Community Center, SAB Wellness and Resource Community Center with ongoing works. Madam President, in this budgetary year, we will continue to invest heavily in our community centers. In 2025, we will ensure that they are maintained and utilized for their intended purpose, contributing to the growth and development of our nation. In the area of community self-help, the ministry funded and implemented approximately 100 small projects throughout Grenada. These include the construction of bus sheds, byroads, footpaths, slipper drain, box drains, retaining wall, toilet facilities, change room, and the installation of solar-powered streetlights. Madam President, in line with the government's ongoing commitment to modernizing our public service, the Ministry of Community Development is taking significant strides towards digitizing its operation. As part of this initiative, we are transitioning from predominantly paper-based workflows to a fully digital system. This transformation is aligned with the government's mandate to reduce paper usage and enhance operational efficiency. Department of Housing. Under the Ministry of Housing, Home Improvement and Resilience Program, a total of 454 houses were repaired on mainland. Additionally, 295 bathrooms were constructed, while 242 new houses were built, and many families received housing material assistance. It is important to note that all new houses constructed included the construction of bathroom and toilet facilities, as government presses on with its mandate to end the use of pit latrine by 2027. Under MIT, an additional 210 homes were repaired and 144 were built. This was to complement the housing provision to help address the dire need of housing in the country. When we took office, housing was in a real terrible state. We worked hard in 2024 to improve housing, but there is much more to be done. Madam President, the Ministry of Housing held 3 training workshops with builders and contractors to ensure that all builders and contractors understood and complied with national building code standards, regulation, and safety standards, and that they are up to date with the latest construction techniques, material technologies, and sustainable practices. This was done to help maintain consistency and quality across the housing projects. Housing Authority of Grenada. Madam President, I would like to briefly turn my attention to the Housing Authority of Grenada. The Housing Authority of Grenada has accomplished several significant achievements over the past year. Notably, repairs were carried out at the Chinese Low-Income Housing Scheme in Frequente, Monge, and Soubise. These repairs included, but not limited to, replacement of railings, balusters, electrical upgrades, plumbing upgrades, and roof repairs. In 2025, it is anticipated that work will continue on these developments. At the Phase 2 Chinese Low-Income Housing Scheme, homes were distributed at the facilities in Corinth, Beauchejou, the Villa, and Dumfries. To date, approximately 180 units are occupied, and this number is steadily increasing. Through its residential home construction arm, the authority completed and delivered numerous homes to Grenadian families, approximately $1.5 million in total. As part of its mandates and through the Government of Grenada, the authority approved a loan totaling $2.99 million to soft loan clients. In 2024, the authority also launched the much anticipated and talked about Project 500 at Dunfermline, St. Andrews. Madam President, as I speak, Phase 1 of the project is fully on the way, and 17 show houses are presently being constructed using different methods and techniques. Upon completion, Phase 2 of the project will begin later this year with the infrastructural development of road and utilities. And Madam President, let me add, the delay in the project has nothing to do with the government inefficiency or the housing authority inefficiency. We had some problem in getting the materials to Grenada. So that was one of the problems with the delay with that project. This site will boast of dedicated green spaces, relaxing lot sizes, reasonable covenants to ensure standards are maintained, as well as public recreation park along with other amenities. At full build, over 90 houses will be constructed in that location. The government of Grenada investment in Project 500 to date is valued at EC 9 million. During the campaign, we said we were going to address the housing shortage in Grenada. Madam President, we do not make idle promises. National Insurance Scheme. Madam President, I want to briefly report on the National Insurance Scheme, which falls under my purview. After years of neglect, it was this government that took the bold step to ensure that the National Insurance Scheme remain a sustainable and viable entity for our pensioners, our children and grandchildren by enacting a series of much-needed parametric changes. These changes, of course, were the recommendation of the actuary as provided for in Section 22 of the National Insurance Act. Therefore, in 2024, as we began to ensure that all generations can benefit from the NIS and the numerous benefits and pensions that it offers, the following changes took effect. 1, the pensionable age increased from 60 to 61 years. 2, the contribution rate increased from 12% to 12.5%. The minimum pension for survivors benefit increased by 25%. The ceiling on which NIS contribution is payable also increased, ensuring that pensions and other benefits increase are more in line with actual wages. Madam President, you may recall that in 2023, Grenada became the third country in the English-speaking Caribbean to offer unemployment benefit to its citizens. Numerous persons are benefiting from this, including our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique who suffered under the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. In this instance, the government did not have to go begging the NIS to see how it could assist the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Instead, they were entitled. And these benefits which they received was much more in compensation compared to when assistance was simply requested. I call this visionary leadership. Madam President, the financial performance of the NIS underscores the organization's dedication to prudent management towards forward-thinking and fiscal sustainability. As of December 31st, 2024, the National Insurance Scheme reserve total reserves stood at $1 billion Caribbean dollars. In 2024, the NIS paid out a total of $125 million in benefits to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. Key priorities for 2025. Madam President, to ensure that our policy documents and planning framework evolves into tangible action, in 2025, our focus will be on the implementation of a new, inclusive, focused policy. We will also focus on operationalizing the National Gender Equality Commission, which is a new oversight body to monitor the implementation of the National Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan, and to guide national gender responsive policy making. Alongside our policy implementation agenda, the ministry will continue to make advancement through the implementation of existing projects. This includes the next phase of the Blueprint for Gender Equality and Build Back Equal initiative to further women economic empowerment and community-level gender inclusion. We will continue to strengthen partnership with civil society and increase grassroots participation to amplify impact and expand project reach. Gender-based violence. In the coming year, the gender-based unit will focus on strengthening the national framework for GBV response and prevention. A cornerstone of this effort is to develop and put into operation a national gender-based violence strategic action plan, providing a coordinated roadmap for addressing gender-based violence across all sectors. Along strategic planning, the unit plans to establish and monitor enhanced GBV response mechanisms on the national level. For example, we'll be formalizing the interagency protocols and task force so that police, healthcare workers, shelteries, and community organizations can respond swiftly and effectively to incidents of GBV. The unit will also continue to grow its empowerment and support program for gender-based violence survivors, offering resources like counseling, economic empowerment initiatives, and emergency assistance to help survivors rebuild their lives. Public education and prevention will also remain central, with plans to scale up community-based education programs to address root causes of violence. By the end of 2025, the GBV unit aims to have a stronger national strategy in place. We're also hoping to have a more robust coordination among stakeholders and enhanced support system for those affected by GBV. Men programming. In 2025, the Men's Bureau plans to expand its outreach by and programming for male engagement. Building on the Boys to Men initiative, it will introduce a broader program in more communities and address a wider range of issues affecting men, including topics like mental health and economic participation, to holistically promote positive masculinity. The aim is to reach more diverse group of men, youth in school, fathers in community, men in workplaces, and involve them in initiatives that foster respectful attitude and constructive life skills. Another priority is to evaluate and refine the impact of these programs. The Bureau intends to conduct systematic impact assessment and follow up with participants to measure long-term outcomes, such as changes in attitudes or behaviors, and use this feedback to improve program design. This will facilitate the scaling up of the activities and ensure that they are evidence-based. The Men's Bureau will contribute to a more inclusive national dialogue on gender and help solidify gains in men's support for gender equality in the 2025 and beyond. Gender focal points. In 2025, capacity building will also continue. More training is slated for gender focal points across ministries and for community partners, ensuring that a wide range of stakeholders have the skills to apply gender analysis and support to support the ministry's mission. Additionally, the ministry will seek to broaden its partnership network in 2025, engaging not only international agencies, but also local civil society and private sector actors in joint initiatives. These partnerships can bring in additional resources and innovative approaches whether it's business supporting women, entrepreneurship for NGOs, facilitating outreach in remote areas, and such like. Parenting. Building on its 2024 momentum, the parenting unit aims to scale up the parenting program to reach even more families nationwide, including those in rural or underserved areas. This will involve broadening SPICY initiative to ensure wider engagement of parents and caregivers. Madam President, the ministry plans to work towards support group of parents for parents where their successes in parenting can be shared, as well as their challenges to provide encouragement and hope to each other. Madam President, another priority is to advocate for stronger family-friendly policies, such as improving family leave provision and social protection measures to create a more supportive environment for parents and their children. By reinforcing the policy framework and expanding program reach, that will further strengthen family networks and positive parenting practices in 2025. Madam President, we will continue to expand the reach of the program because I am cognizant of the fact that this program plays a vital role in equipping parents with knowledge and resources, therefore contributing to promoting healthier, more resilient families, communities, and by extension, a better Grenada. Adult probation. Madam President, the 2025 plans for the Adult Probation Unit include developing a standard operating procedures for the unit, developing and implementing program to meet the needs of adult offenders, a reintegration program for non-violent, low-risk offenders to prepare them for reintegration into the community after they are released from prison. Expanding the unit service to include the Magistrate Court of Grenada and conducting a review of the Probation Act, which was in place since 1960, and require amendments to bring it in line with the present probation sector in Grenada. Juvenile justice. In 2025, the Juvenile Justice Division will review the draft of the Juvenile Justice Policy, do amendment to the Juvenile Justice Act, implementation of the Aggressive Replacement Training Program for young offenders and youth at risk, implementation of Restorative Community Service Program. The focus on the program is to help offenders understand the impact of the action and provide them with a supportive mechanism to change their behavior. The division will also develop, design, and implement a juvenile justice management information system, establish a protocol between the police and the Juvenile Justice Division for the communication of arrests of juvenile to facilitate proper intervention and case management approaches. Develop a protocol for the assessment of children that have been arrested. This protocol will be used by probation officers as part of the intervention approach. In 2025, work will commence on the construction of the transition units for our young people exiting the care homes. These units will provide a halfway house for young people for a 2-year period where training opportunities will be provided. Mentorship, apprenticeship, career counseling, and the skills needed to allow them to be independent and productive citizens. So, Madam Chair, Madam President, as you realize, The Ministry of Social Development, Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs is a broad-based ministry spanning a lot of work and a lot of areas. For many people, they think social development is seed. And when you don't get seed, nothing is happening in social development. But I think with this presentation here, people have a better appreciation of the vastness of the work that we do in social development. In conclusion, Madam President, as I close, let us remember that as we continue our journey in 2025, let us remember that social development is not merely a goal to be achieved, but a continuous process that requires our commitment, creativity, and collaboration. Together, we can pave the way for a future that has the opportunity to thrive, where diversity is celebrated, and where human rights and social justice is not just an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. It's been a genuine tour across the ministry with quite a number of activities for 24 and a vision for 25. And I notice, if I read the budget proposal correctly, including infrastructure and other capital investment, as well as recurrent expenditure, you've got over $110 million in your hands to give to the people of Grenada for their productive, resilient, sustainable social development. So wish you good luck in having the budget passed and in implementing that. Thank you for your presentation. I offer the floor to the other side, and with pleasure,
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, all those who are leaving. Thank you for having been with us in social development. Continue your good work. Thank you. I notice it's lots and lots of women in social development. Keep up the good work and keep supporting your minister. Thank you. Senator Salim Rahman, the representative in the Senate for the business sector. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good afternoon to you, my fellow colleagues, staff of Parliament, guests here today, businessmen and businesswomen, fellow Grenadians listening at home and abroad. I begin in the name of God Almighty, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Whoever God Almighty guides aright, there is none who can misguide. And whoever God Almighty leaves to stray, there is none who can guide him aright. It is His will that must come to pass. It is His will that we have seen consistent economic growth over the years. And it is His will that we have this government holding the reins at this point in time. Blessed is he in whose hands is the dominion, and he hath power over all things. That is taken from the Quran, chapter 67, verse 1. This morning I stand before you, not just as a businessman, but as a stakeholder, a citizen of our country, one who represents the interests of the private sector, the engine of growth, a sector that creates employment, a sector that drives innovation and trends, a sector that fuels growth. Businesses require the enabling environment, one geared towards growth and development. We require an understanding and responsive government working together with us for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, we believe this budget attempts to do that. For example, the business community has lamented over the lack of skilled workers in Grenada. And what do we see? We see catered for in this 2025 budget a strong focus on education and re-education. TVET centers of excellence to boost our skills training. It is so desperately needed. Free tuition for TAMCC students, free tuition for NULO students, and the intention to move toward the goal that from every Grenadian home, a university graduate will come. These are noble goals that the business community is happy to support. Madam President, if you want to transform a nation, transform the minds of the people of the nation, I said the business community welcomes these initiatives. Only a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister, along with the Minister for Economic Affairs, met with members of the business community over lunch. They came upon invitation by the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce. The Prime Minister encouraged greater involvement from the private sector in the affairs of this country. He was very open with us about his thoughts, ranging from rethinking our education system to the economy. And we were also very candid with him about our thoughts. The exchange was a very beneficial one. Building and maintaining relationships with those who pay considerable amounts of taxes is also very important, Madam President. A commitment was given by the Prime Minister to meet with the business community more often to ensure that we all have an opportunity to contribute adequately to our nation's development. Madam President, as a businessman, I am on the ground often. Last week, and I can't make this up even if I tried. There's a small contractor who is a customer of mine. In chatting with him, he said, and I had to laugh because he caught me off guard, he said, under this government, all dog, cat, goat, and sheep getting a chance to work. He said road work not only happening close to Carnival and Christmas, it is going on right through the year, end quote. Madam President, I've known this guy's contractor for about 10 years. He's a good builder, but he only registered his business last year. And you know why? He didn't understand the system, and he didn't know how it could be a benefit to him. So he came and told me when he registered his business, he hoped he did a good thing. Some months ago, he attended a workshop held for contractors, and that was all he needed to get his business going. Madam President, I say this to say that opportunity is reaching some people in a way that it never reached before. Madam President, the recently presented budget for 2025 reflects a commendable effort by the government to provide liquidity that the nation needs at this time to continue to grow the economy and to navigate post-burial in an ever-changing and challenging global environment. Let's get some of the numbers to assess the budget from a business perspective, looking at areas of strength and those of concern to us. Revenue generation. Despite, as we know, the impact of Hurricane Beryl, 16% of GDP, in July of 2024, the Grenadian economy demonstrated significant resilience, and we have ended up at the end of 2024 with a growth rate of 3.7%, and that is commendable. This budget projects a total revenue of $1.193 billion for 2025. Now, that is about 27% less revenue than government took in 2024. The truth is that government underestimated what it would take in 2024. And due to stronger than expected CBI receipts, the government reported total revenue and grants of $1.647 billion for that period. This means that the government collected more than it thought it would collect, resulting in a current account surplus. As we understand it, some of this surplus in the consolidated fund is what government will reinvest to finance the 2025. while we are happy to see the increase in inflows from CBI, we must remind ourselves that this non-tax revenue, and as such, it is more volatile, hence the estimated 27% projected decrease for 2025, as CBI receipts return to a more normalized level. In 2024, government's tax revenue also grew by, so we were talking about CBI's non-tax, government's tax revenue now in 2024 grew by 4.3% to $891 million. Businesses brought in more goods and materials to supply the Grenadian economy and also for the rebuilding of Carriacou. In addition to this, according to the figures from the Inland Revenue Department, following the amnesty, which should have brought mostly everyone current with their taxes, more corporate income tax was collected in 2024, and more of us are paying our land taxes than before. Madam President, we need to pay for what is ours. Inland Revenue has also stepped up their game. You can file your personal income tax online. You can file your PAYE online. You can file your VAT submissions online, making reporting easier for taxpayers and business people, Madam President. The 4.3% increase is reflective of those efficiency gains and proves two things. One, that we do not need any new taxes. We just need a better collection on the existing ones. And two, most citizens will actually pay their taxes, providing that they know it is due and they could see where their money is going. We want value for money, Madam President. Value for money. Madam President, speaking about Inland Revenue Department, I've mentioned it before and I will take the opportunity to mention it again. We would like government to review the heavy interest-based system used by IRD to amplify the amount a taxpayer owes in very short order. Keep or even enhance your penalties to encourage compliance, but get rid of the heavy compounding per month, because that only encourages defaults down the road and tax amnesties every 10 years or so. I'm reminded of this because I spoke to a taxpayer only about 3 weeks ago, a manufacturer actually, and we don't have much of them around in Grenada, unfortunately. And that business owner owes more than $500,000 in taxes due to this compounding over a period of months. We don't want businesses to fold, especially manufacturers. With the trade imbalance that we have now, the increasing trade deficit, we don't want this. So let's have a conversation about this issue and find a workable solution going forward. On the subject of the National Transformation Fund, we are pleased to receive a report for the first time entitled Report on Contingency Fund, based on an amendment passed in this House in 2023 that stipulates that 10% of CBI inflows to the National Transformation Fund shall be directed to the Contingency Fund. The first deposit was made in July 2023, and although the account is still in its early stages, with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, it is also relevant, and we commend the government for this saving initiative. Madam President, according to the Minister of Finance, the budget has been fully financed. Madam President, all of these useful programs being rolled out come at a cost. The following is noted from the budget document. Under Vote 22 of the budget document, titled Charges on Account of Public Debt, under interest charges, we note that the government budgeted EC $57 million for interest charges for 2024, when in reality, they paid out $122 million in 2024. It seems to me that they did not anticipate this sizable interest payment. The explanation we received for this in the notes is as follows. Interest payments, and I quote, interest payments jumped to $112.4 million in 2024, 116% above the budgeted figure of 57 million. The significant increase in interest payments is due to the CBI bonus payment to holders of the 2030 international bonds in accordance with the bond indenture agreement signed as part of the 2015 debt restructuring exercise. Madam President, these payouts more than double the interest payments for both 2024 and 2025. The figure this year is 129 million. Note that in 2026, interest payments is budgeted to fall back in line to EC 61 million. Madam President, we know that debt is necessary for a country, especially such a small nation as ours. However, the management of debt is so very critical. Madam President, Grenada's total debt stands at 2.2 billion. By comparison, in 2023, our total debt stood at 2.16 million, an increase of about 45 million or so for the year. If it were just the debt, the principal only, that would be straightforward. But the varied cost of different types of debt, varied maturity dates, and varying interest rates on that debt can cause countries to enter a debt trap if they are not monitored, if debt is not monitored carefully. We saw Jamaica struggle, for example, for about a decade when their debt to GDP ratio went up to 147%. After years of sacrifice, today they are back down to about 75%. Madam President, although we are pleased to learn from IMF's February report that our debt to GDP ratio is continuing on a downward trajectory, there is no clear statement as to the current percentage of debt as a percentage of GDP for the end of 2024 in the statements. I have not seen any. Stand corrected if there is. Assuming a timely return to the fiscal rules in 2027, public debt is projected to continue to fall, reaching the debt target of 60% by 2030, and it is my hope that we can beat that target. Debt is like if you go on a beach and you are wading in the water. If you're on the sand and not in the water, it's easy to move around. If the water is at your ankles, it's a little more difficult. If it's at your knees, it's more difficult. If it's at your waist, even more difficult. So imagine the body as 100%, and imagine our debt at 60%, and you trying to move through the water. That's just to provide a little imagery as to what the debt can do. It can actually cause you to drown. So that is why we have to be particular about it and monitor it closely. Madam President, Madam President, I want our citizens to understand this. We speak about value for money. When we speak about value for money, government intends to spend quite a lot in a very short space of time, especially this year, because we have already lost 2.5 months of this year. While we believe the budget is a good one, a concern lies with being able to implement the plans as laid out in the budget document due to time. What none of us want is for government to pay and don't get good quality work. So a lot of sacrifice has been made since the structural adjustment program to bring about our finances back on track. Our debt as a percentage of GDP in 2014 was 94%. We have made a lot of progress since then. Programs being rolled out for the citizens of this country are indeed many, and many opportunities abound for those in the private sector, especially in the area of construction. Government needs to make sure that the contractors that they choose are so qualified, and they need to make sure that the money that they spend, the nation gets full value for every dollar. An advice to business people, irrespective of your sector, when you give government a quote, give them a competitive quote. I know that historically, government does take long to pay. So some people feel they have to raise the price because it will take long to get their money. But that is inflation. And I ask public servants to please process people's payments on time. If the government can pay you, the public servant, twice a month, then the government can pay the business once per month. The budget is fully financed. Therefore, let us not create inflationary pressures within our economy unnecessarily. Government needs to monitor more carefully the quality of work they pay for, especially this year and the time frame in which it is done. Madam President, there is an issue that needs to be addressed. This issue puts local businesses at a disadvantage as compared to businesses outside of Grenada. Madam President, with the boom in construction, there are many projects that attract concessions. Most companies do not have duty-free bonds because they are too expensive to maintain. If a company who sells appliances, for example, wants to sell those appliances to an apartment project that has concessions, that company has to discount them by removing the duties already paid at the port and then make a claim to customs with the relevant documentation to get back their duties. Madam President, this takes months on end in most cases for businesses to get back their duties, tying up much needed cash flow and thereby reducing competitiveness and profitability of the local business. And this has always been so. This has always been so as far back as I can remember. If I make a legitimate claim based on a concessionary sale, why does it take months on end to get back my money from government? We are asking for a 30-day turnaround time on this at most. Madam President, someone in the other place said that he came to unblock pipes. And perhaps we may have to call him to unblock this one. Madam President, the budgeted concession to the busman, I think in the amount of $12 million for 2025 is a good step. We know that there is a Spice Bus program pilot program being rolled out currently. And we commend the government for planning to improve safe access to education for our children. That's important. In speaking to an experienced bus operator last week, we spoke about, this guy has been operating a bus for over 25 years, I've known him. We spoke about how government can best assist bus owners and operators. There are some things that busmen purchase regularly. Perhaps those things can be added to government's list of VAT-free items. This way, they can get a break on their main consumables, such as oil, brakes, and tires. But the specific grade of oil, the specific model of brake, and the specific sizes of tires are to be specified so that there can't be any abuse of the offering. If government considers to add certain items to the VAT-free list, know that the margins of these competitive items are already small, and therefore movement of the price downward will be limited. We also spoke about gasoline rebates, where a busman will buy his gas and bring in the bill for a refund to government. This is tricky and can be abused because someone can fill up their car also and put the bus number on the bill. So this one needs a little more thought, but gasoline and diesel remains the #1 consumable of a bus. Finally, whether it is electric buses or otherwise, bus owners should be entitled to a concession in the same way that taxi operators are. You can give 100% for the electric bus, as is given, and perhaps you can have 50% for the gasoline or diesel. This is probably the easiest way of giving them the concession upfront. And government does not have to worry about monitoring VAT or gasoline rebates, extra work. Something for them to consider. Perhaps it may be of benefit. Madam President, 25 million in support for businesses, for business reactivation in Carriacou was timely, was necessary, and is appreciated. Madam President, the business community also wishes to recognize the importance of raising the salaries of the members of the Royal Grenada Police Force. Having a committed police force is akin to investing in a safer Grenada. Madam President, we are also pleased to see that local developers can have the opportunity to benefit from CBI-funded projects by reducing fees for locally approved projects by 70%. Madam President, the money supply in our economy grew by 6.2%, with increases in currency circulation, and cash at commercial banks, indicating a stronger banking sector and higher cash transactions. People have more money in their accounts. Private sector savings deposits increased by 7.7%. Private sector foreign currency deposits increased by 12%, pointing towards a growing preference for holding foreign currency with which they could trade, buy goods abroad, and expand their business. Madam President, private businesses don't go about saying that they made this sales target or that sales target in public. Only Inland Revenue and the banks know that information. Madam President, an engine does not boast about its power, but you will know if the engine is not working properly. Madam President, to our bankers, we need more up-to-date forms of transacting payments. When I travel, I can pay with my mobile phone using multiple apps, Alipay, Apple Pay, and so forth. When I come back home, I have to pull out the cash or the card to enter my PIN to pay a bill. We need to keep up, and banks have the liquidity to keep up. Let's see some more up-to-date options for businesses and the general public. Madam President, as the projected growth continues for a fourth year in a row, by the mercy and permission of God Almighty, real GDP is expected to accelerate in 2025, reaching 4.1%, driven by continued strong tourism demand and reconstruction activities. Madam President, year on year, tourism provides the largest single contribution to our GDP. Tourism was and is still everybody's business. By virtue of that fact, tourism remains a priority sector and needs to continue to be treated as such. And more, we need to leverage this sector to support other sectors. A perfect example of this is the recent partnership between the GHTA and the Solid Waste Management Authority. The GHTA has a fund called the TEF, Tourism Enhancement Fund. Several hotels put $1 or $2 into this fund for every guest that stay at their resort. Recently, the GHTA donated a heavy-duty glass crusher system to the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority at a value of $486,000. Not only will this reduce the space these bottles take up in the landfill, the crushed glass can be recycled, exported, used in sidewalks, sandblasting, etc. These types of partnerships are commendable, and I thank the GHTA for their insight and outreach. Madam President, if I was in the hotel business, I would have my hand in the agriculture business as well. There is more motivation to do so now more than ever, and here's why. There is an elevated risk of reversal of inflation gains. Consumer prices, although projected to be moderate in the near future, could see unwanted increases due to some external effects and pressures, such as the emerging trade conflict between the US and Canada, the US and China, the US and Mexico, etc. Did you know that Canada is America's largest supplier of crude oil? So if gas prices go up in the US, many goods that we import from the US, especially food, will also go up. While some industries may ultimately gain from tariffs, some short-term disruption is likely and will be difficult to navigate away from. While it may be relatively easy to find alternative source markets, the challenge is getting it here. the vast majority of our trade is north-south trade. Our import bill is still very high, and we have a huge trade deficit of over $300 million. Sadly, year upon year, this has not significantly improved. This means that we are more and more dependent on food grown outside of Grenada to live the life that we currently live. We are ever more sensitive to external shocks and imported inflation. Therefore, while we maintain our north-south trade and wait to see if and what impact comes our way, it is in our interest to increase south-south trade. And important that businesses within the same industry think about how they can source together from new southern markets. We all have to do what we can to keep inflation down. An example of a close southern market that we already have very good relations with is Guyana. And they have a strong agriculture industry. And perhaps those in the importation of food can look at to bolster their imports at a cheaper rate. Apart from the emerging trade conflicts, there is a regulatory shipping agency by the name of IMO, International Maritime Organization. They do a lot of good work in ensuring that standards are maintained in the global shipping industry and so on. However, they have recently come up with an environmental standard for ships all over the world based on greenhouse gas emissions that rates these ships according to their efficiency and penalizes them for their inefficiencies. It sounds good, but listen to how it affects us. I've been told by shipping experts that the way they calculate their efficiency gains favors vessels that travel longer distances. Think of it this way. A car that travels on the highway burns less fuel as compared to one that stops and goes in rural traffic. The freight liners that call on the Caribbean islands travel shorter distances and stop very often. As a result, they seem more inefficient due to our geography. Tropical Shipping, for example, has one of the newest fleets in the region. Many of their ships are about 6 years old. They have made changes to their ships to reduce drag, and still they are at a C rating, A being the best, and E being that vessel that is not considered to be seaworthy from an environmental point of view. The point here is that any charges or penalties incurred by these liners will be passed on to the end consumer as additional charges. Compounding this is the time the vessel has to spend docked to offload its cargo. Remember, the vessel is still burning fuel while it is docked. So the faster we can offload that ship and reload it with the empties so it can go on its way, the lower the operating costs and the lower freight rates can be. Madam President, with economic growth, increased cargo volumes are flowing into our port faster than before, creating new challenges. Since September of last year, our main port has been congested. We are not typically in a busy season at this time, but the port is still congested at this time. Madam President, when a ship docks, from the time the container lands on the ground, the clock starts. The container is then cleared within 5 free days, either on site or, as in the case of many businesses, off-site. When it returns empty and is back on the port, it goes back on the port waiting for pickup. The shipping company is given 12 days before rent starts on their empty boxes. As goods come in, due to space constraints, these containers are stacked 3 to 4 high. We see them on the port when we pass every day. Vessels that come in from Miami once a week, after that week they request their empties that are nearing the 12-day mark in order to avoid paying rent for those containers. The port now has to move other containers that are now on top of that container in order to get it out. This overworks the port equipment and wastes time, costing the taxpayers and businesses alike due to these inefficiencies. Some possible ways initially to ease this is as follows. 1, extend the operating hours of the port. Stagger the workforce so that daylight hours are maximized. Work can start at 6 a.m. and end at 5 p.m. But service to the public would be the same 8 to 4, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. 2, increase the size of the port. Look for lands over an acre in size, 1 mile from the port. Engage the owners, lease or purchase land to store the vehicles that come in and congest the port. 3, the sheds on the port are quite high. Invest in vertical storage for barrels and brick bulk cargo. When you go in there, everything is at one ground level and it's always full. But there's space up. More challenging options will be 4 and 5. More challenging options will be expand the port into Tantine Plainfield, using the road that divides them as a port road only, and have your storage on the Tantine side. 5, select a new port site for a long-term solution. The top 3 can be implemented with relative ease. The other 2 would require consultation from stakeholders, should government have the appetite to do so. Madam President, in January, I met with a company owned by Grenadians, here and abroad, who have partnered with a US HR firm to bring in professionals that we may need when we need it, when there is a shortage of labor, from engineers to seasonal laborers. I personally believe that you can't scale agriculture in this country without seasonal laborers. As a matter of fact, for the new hospital, there will be certain skills that we will have to attract, skills that we do not have currently. And if there are professionals that Grenada needs, and those skills or qualifications are a priority for us, we need to consider a pathway to citizenship for those who have that skill. Maybe certain types of engineers, for example, if we find out that we have oil in commercial quantities, such that it is a viable industry to pursue, there are certain professionals that we will have to attract. This is why citizenship by invitation is a good idea, and the business community supports this. Madam President, agriculture has been lagging behind tourism, not merely because of a lack of incentives. We know that vehicle and equipment concessions are readily given. We know that tool concessions are given. We know that fertilizers are sold at concessionary prices. We know that the plant costs of the plant material are subsidized. And this has always been the case. The issue with agriculture is not merely concessions. The main issue, in my view, is management. And that is why the model must change. 5 questions. What to plant? When to plant it? How much of it to plant? Who will plant it? And where it will be planted? All of them require a plan. And planning and execution is a function of management. Moving on. Madam President, cannabis. This is the first time I've spoken on this. I've held my tongue for quite some time. And I wish to say a little bit about that at this time. Marijuana for medical purposes is a proven good. And marijuana for the young developing brain is a proven bad or ill. This is not debatable. In the same way that we know that smoking now causes cancer, we know that marijuana is bad for the developing brain. How do we take benefit from the medical commercial aspect while safeguarding the minds of our youth? We have to have guardrails. And here are two that come to my mind. I heard some talk about your personal stash, or whatever you want to call it, trees in the backyard, whether it is 2, 4, 6, or 8. I believe Trinidad has that, right? Madam President, the police have a hard time to get the buses to stop on the bus stop. How do you go know what is in a man's backyard? And this is an impossible task. So this, to me, does not make any sense. Currently, those who want to smoke it know how to get it. And they also know that it's currently illegal. So what is the point of having it in the backyard? Not everyone can produce alcohol, but almost anyone can grow a plant. So the risk with marijuana is much greater. Madam President, some employees actually smoke before they go to work. And you can only imagine what that does for productivity in the workplace. I've had my fair share of them, so I know. Marijuana is a door towards other brain-damaging drugs. It is a door towards other brain-damaging drugs. Madam President, I have seen at least 3 of my employees, for lack of a better term, trip off due to smoking. The substance abuse has destroyed their livelihood. It has destroyed it. I'm not saying marijuana did it. I'm saying that marijuana is a door to other substances. I will rest my case on that subject for now. Moving on to a moral education. A moral education. Madam President, no longer can we rely on parents only to teach their children morality. I'm speaking about basic morality. I'm not speaking about theology. No longer can we rely on parents only to teach their children morality, because we have a lot of broken homes. To teach respect for elders, to teach respect for authority, and the difference between what is good and what is vice. I strongly recommend a non-denominational morality enrichment program through the Ministry of Education or Social Affairs. We can call it MORE, Moral Outreach Education. MORE. Let's get more out of life than money and worldly success. Madam President, the nation and the people of Sodom did not fail because they were poor. They failed because they were immoral, bent on disobedience to the Most High. So morality has an aspect in society, very important aspect in society. Madam President, I commit to volunteer some time to ensure that we build out this idea together, if it is acceptable to government. We want a balanced society, a society with wealth and good moral fiber. A moral education is beneficial and must not be overlooked. It can help to avoid some of the pitfalls and traps of worldly life. And Madam President, finally on this, there is a reason why God Almighty is mentioned twice in our national anthem. Road congestion. Traffic affects our productivity. Traffic congestion affects our productivity on a daily basis, especially in the south of the island. In addition to perhaps importation restriction on used cars being considered by government, there are other measures that perhaps government can consider. The moving of excavators and cranes and other heavy equipment should be moved between 6 p.m. and 7 a.m. That's an easy one. Just move it at night. Road repair work on main roads should also be done at the same time, 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. If governments can afford to light up the fields, a private contractor could buy a few lights to do his work. Right? If you could play sports in the night, we could do work in the night. Concrete and other heavy trucks should move about between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. and also from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. So 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. avoids the rest of us on the road until we find more suitable solutions and wider roads, until we find those solutions. Whether it is a business, a food stall, a vendor, a daycare, or a religious gathering, the main road is currently being used as a parking lot. There is blatant disregard for traffic rules, and I must say that I'm happy to see that I've noticed a greater police presence on and around key places of congestion, such as a sugar mill and also the bus terminal in town. Perhaps police presence also needs to be on the cliff or along the Woburn Main Road, as that other road is closed off. Madam President, in some recent travels, I have noticed on the plane they serve small chocolates, dark chocolate to be exact. And I've seen it on Virgin, and I've seen it on another airline, I can't recall. And these chocolates, we already produce them here. So whilst on the flight, I thought to myself, why are we not providing these airlines? Perhaps one of our chocolate companies may not have the volume to supply one airline, but surely if they were to make a product jointly, we could supply it. And to be honest, when I taste our product and I taste what is offered on the airline, there's no comparison. There's really no comparison. So we really need to look into these opportunities. You know, when they come to Grenada, we have to have something to provide the plane with, to stock the plane up for the journey back to the UK. And so perhaps this is an idea that came to mind. Perhaps we can take advantage of this. Labor. Madam President, who is not working in Grenada, we can put them into 3 categories. 1, they don't have the right skills needed for the job. 2, they don't want work, meaning poor work ethic. They do the bare minimum, and so they don't last on the job. And 3, those who are simply unemployable due to attitude and poor habits. Other than those 3, the vast majority of Grenadians of working class age are gainfully employed. As a matter of fact, labor is in short supply, and this is a sign of a growing economy. Madam President, in the private sector, we need more brokers. We need more accountants. We need more account clerks. We need more supervisors. We need more middle managers. These are just some of the jobs that are available and hard to fill. Recently, we have seen the implementation of the ETA program through the UK. So any foreigner that has to travel to the UK has to register online through this ETA program. And I think the rate is about £8. So the UK government is collecting from everybody internationally £8 to pass through, just to pass through, even if they are in transit, to pass through their country. And I thought that perhaps CARICOM needs to consider an ETA program of our own. Our ETA can stand for Environmental Travel Allocation. We are not immune to hurricanes throughout the region. And perhaps at $10 in light of the impacts of climate change, not only relying on insurance payouts for future and possible more frequent natural disasters, I don't believe that anyone will change their mind on coming to the Caribbean over $10. And so if we at CARICOM level are able to implement such a system for all of the foreigners that come into the region, we will be able to establish a fund through CARICOM that will be able to help our brother and sister in the event of a hurricane and not have to reach out to people abroad, outside of CARICOM. We'll be more self-reliant. Madam President, when we think about oil and gas, as I've said, if we have it in commercial quantities, let us not reinvent the wheel. We have a very good relationship with Guyana to the south, and they have already trod the path to developing their oil industry. They can guide us so that we don't make mistakes that perhaps they would have made. And if that opportunity avails itself, wouldn't it be wise to say to our neighbors, help us to develop this industry? Help us with your engineers, help us with your professionals to develop this industry so that we can make a success out of it, even if you have to receive something out of it. Madam President, half a loaf is better than none. And so that is providing, we have not heard from the committee yet that is doing the research, that is provided that we have, and as a layperson, I mean, if Trinidad have it, and Guyana have it, we right there in the mix. We had to have something, right? So my point is that let us reach out to our partners in the region, our brothers and sisters in the region, and have them help us so that we do not make costly mistakes. As I begin to wrap up my presentation, as I want to stick to the hour, I don't want to ask for extra time. I wish to mention a few names of businessmen who have passed on in recent times. Their lives and their work have helped to shape our country and our economy in many ways. They have contributed to their sectors in many ways. There are others, indeed there are others worthy of being mentioned, but these three are within recent times and ought to be remembered for their contributions to Grenada. Number one, Mr. Royston Hopkin, founder of Spice Island Beach Resort. Number two, Mr. Michael McIntyre, founder of McIntyre Brothers Limited. And number three, Mr. Leiden Ramdani, co-founder of Ella Ramdani Company Limited. May they rest in eternal peace. Amen. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the business community for their support and the opportunity to serve them in this House. I am open to criticism and I am open to correction. And the intent is to fulfill my responsibility without fear or favor, and to say it as I see it. And in closing, Madam President, I would like to read a quote from the scripture that I adhere to, the Quran. And it reads, "Undoubtedly, a moment in time has passed by man when he was not even something worth mentioning." Meaning, he was not in existence, he was not created. Undoubtedly, a moment in time has passed by man when he was not even something worth mentioning. Indeed, we have created man from a mixed seed to test him, and we have made him a hearing and seeing being. We have guided him to the path of righteousness through many prophets that came over time to mankind. So, he is either grateful by following or ungrateful by rejecting. May God Almighty guide us in this house. May God Almighty guide us as a nation. May God Almighty bless us and bless this land now and forever. Amen. I thank you.
I thank Senator Rahman most of all for your opening and closing prayer and for all that lay between those two prayers. And thank you for paying tribute to your fellow business persons, businessmen. Like others before you, you too have made some recommendations based on your analysis and review, and I believe the other side would take that on board. Thank you also for staying on time. Let me now offer the floor to Senator Quince Britton to make his contribution. Senator Britton, 1 hour plus or minus.
Madam President, when I look at the time, I see 4 o'clock. So I was thinking it was time for us to go home because I see a lot of people leaving. Nevertheless, Madam President, this is a day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Psalms 118:24. Madam President, I too rise to support the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure presented on March 7, 2025 by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, under the theme, Towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. Madam President, through my thorough review of Budget 2025, as well as review from the past 12 months, permit me to delve into some key takeaways from the budget document, Madam President. If we look closely at the budget document, we would see and we will recognize that it's a transformative budget, and it's aimed at improving the lives of the ordinary citizen, the ordinary Grenadians, not just for now, but for years to come. I've noticed the realignment of some of the ministries, Madam President, which I'm very excited with the new changes that it would bring to benefit all of our citizens throughout the Tri-Island state, in particular the citizens of St. Mark. And I say St. Mark because that's where I'm from, Madam President, and I would have a bit of biasness when it comes to recognizing some of the achievements and so on. Though I'm not the elected MP, Madam President, so I'm very mindful of that, but I must record my thanks and appreciation to the various ministries for assisting us in one way or the other, Madam President. Madam President, also permit me to quote from the budget document, which says, all leadership Our leadership and composure in the face of disasters have not gone unnoticed. Reputable regional and international organizations such as the IMF, as the International Monetary Fund, and the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, have lauded our prudent approach in preparing and in navigating the relief and recovery from Hurricane Beryl thus far. Madam President, $630 million, or 16% of our gross domestic product, or GDP, particularly affecting Carriacou, Petit Martinique, the northern parishes of the mainland, namely St. Patrick, St. Andrew, and St. Mark, which has gotten its fair share of the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. In St. Mark, in particular, Madam President, over 60 homes or households were impacted, with 8 being completely destroyed. Madam President, in that regard, we must place our thanks and appreciation to the following ministry: the Ministry of MIT, the Ministry of Social Development, Community Development and Housing, and Gender Affairs, or there, my colleague and her team for the excellent work. Also, Madam President, I see in the gallery I have my housing assistant coordinator. There's in the immediate aftermath, and some of the people as well in the gallery. I'm very, very happy to see them take a bow. Madam President, thus far, for our quick response, one way or the other, from the Ministry of Social Development, Gender Affairs, MIT, Build Back Better Housing project is ongoing in that regard, Madam President, as well as the BRISC program as mentioned earlier. The effectiveness of that, people in St. Mark is very grateful for that assistance. As we go on, Madam President, in the budget, I also see we have agriculture and food security, Madam President. An investment in agriculture and fisheries, or the new name for that ministry that involves fisheries is the Blue Economy and Marine Affairs. Madam President, 4,862 farmers, as well as 279 fisher folks, receive cash grant or other form of direct support. That is commendable. In the area of food security, Madam President, a new breed of livestock was brought in, Madam President, totaling amount of EC $4 million. The Minister or the Minister of Agriculture is right here, Madam President, and when I heard the other place, when I heard he mentioned that the mortality rate due to the whole traveling and so on, it was almost 0% of any of those animal hybrid goat, sheep or pig dying because the stress that they have to go through from traveling from the changing climatic condition from one area to the other in the tropic. They normally develop something what you call travel fever, and so far they have been surviving well. I got a first-hand experience to see some of the goats and the pigs, and trust me, they're ready to eat by next month. Huh? So that's
the public official responsible for bringing them in warned us that they were not for eating.
Yeah.
And it turns out that he's sitting right behind you, so you better be careful.
But I say all that to say, Madam President, that they look fit for consumption, right? So let me just be diplomatic with how I use my words. So, Madam Madam President, together with livestock and poultry, Madam President, investment in that area, this is highly commendable. As we speak, Madam President, a team from the Caribbean Development Bank, they are on the ground as we speak in St. Mark. They were in St. John this morning, doing some assessments and so on. This week they're doing appraisal, is a mission that is doing appraisal for climate responses and projects to being developed. Like I said, they were in St. John this morning, and I got an update that they are in St. Mark. That I look forward to, Madam President. In the area of youth and sports, Madam President, we receive support through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I don't know if everyone know that, but for every constituency has access to a community sports fund, and to the tune of $25,000, which in my view, Madam President, it goes a long way. It could do a lot more. We are tremendously grateful for it. We were able to sponsor every sports meet in St. Mark with all the schools, the different schools and so on, making requests, whether it's medals, as the case may be, Madam President. So we were able to make that intervention, and we are forever grateful through the Ministry of Youth and Sports for that kind of intervention, Madam President. So I just want to place my thanks and appreciation for that. Madam President, infrastructure, and again, thanks to the various ministries and so on, through the Ministry of Social Development, Youth, Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. They assist in a number of different projects. The Ministry of Infrastructure as well, MIT, some of the projects which is ongoing right now as we speak in St. Mark, Madam President. Some, if you permit me just to name a few, greater access to the Alston George Park, the Victoria Beach area, catering to the needs of the differently able individuals with proper ramp and stairs access with rails, Madam President. That has never happened before. Since I was a child growing up in the community, seeing those things that needed to be addressed, Madam President, and imagine that. Since as a child, especially that boardwalk that we did right in the town of Victoria, next to the Victoria Hotel, that is very, very impactful, and the people in the community can attest to how impactful that was. So, Madam President, I give in all those details and so on because you would only hear those things coming from the government side. You would not hear that anywhere else, Madam President. So I have to record my thanks and appreciation, to the various ministries for doing such. And I move on, Madam President, the basketball court upgrades. Basketball court upgrade, Madam President. One, it's about 90% completed in Waltham in St. Mark. Actually, it's right in the compound or the vicinity of the St. Mark Secondary School, which has over 400 students enrolled there. And this basketball court has been in a state of disrepair for one reason or the other since I was going to school there 20 years ago. So we only saw it fitting, Madam President, that if we talk about investing in our young people and so on, that we make sure we create the enabling environment so that they can do different sporting disciplines and so on. As well as we thankful to the Ministry of Sports who continue to provide maintenance of a playing field that is right next to the basketball court. What used to be many, many years ago, during our African descent, it used to be a slave pen. So it's now a playing field. And so the students utilize that, and the principal and staff are very grateful for that kind of intervention. We are ensuring that, we take care of the facilities, because it's not just used by the students, but by the community as well, Madam President. Project Stop and Think. Under the Ministry of Social and Community Development, we embarked upon a project called Project Stop and Think, through the kind courtesies of Dr. Niels Chaitan, and I must record my thanks and appreciation to him, when we recognize that many of our youths are misguided and they needed some form of intervention. So he came up with this behavioral modification program where he did that almost every day of the week in 7 different communities, Madam President, throughout the length and breadth of Grenada. And at the end, they got a certificate. We had in St. Mark's, we had over 50 of them registering and participating in that project. So that, Madam President, is highly commendable that I have to place on record. We continue our work, Madam President, with community centers upgrade, some of which my colleague mentioned earlier. Union Community Center, Nonpareil, Marion Community Center, Madam President, some of which is ongoing. And we also install a management committee to manage the affairs of those community centers, Madam President. Toilet and bathroom facility upgrade. We did one in the town of Victoria in an area called the Villa, and another in Coast Guard, Madam President. And as my colleague mentioned, those facilities that we do upgrade on, we paint them in the color, the standard color that is from the Ministry of Social Development in blue. When you see it, you know that's a project that was done under the Ministry of Social Development. Housing, Madam President, we are tremendously grateful, Madam President. And like I mentioned before, my housing assistant is here, our housing assistant is here. Over 105 housing applications was approved, with 33 new houses constructed, 31 repaired, Madam President. Over 40 bathroom and toilet applications was approved, with 11 being constructed, all in 2024, Madam President, and some of which is ongoing, and we have more to come in this year's allocation. Thus far, Madam President, in 2024, over $1 million spent in housing assistance alone in our constituency or parish in St. Mark's. That is extremely commendable, Madam President. So we are grateful. Water and sanitation in homes. This project, Madam President, will commence very soon in St. Mark, which we are truly grateful is an initiative through Nation Builders. Already, Madam President, we have about 25 persons who have already applied, so we are going to continue our engagement with stakeholders to make sure that it's successful for this year so we can implement it very successfully. Quickly moving along in infrastructure, Madam President. Like I said, we'd only hear those comments and so on this side or in this house, Madam President, about the good things that are happening in constituency or in my parish, which I'm extremely grateful for, being as an ordinary citizen within the parish of St. Mark. We are grateful to the Ministry of Economic Development Planning through BNTF, Madam President, and if you would permit me to just segue a little bit. Last week, like I mentioned, there's a team from the Caribbean Development Bank who funds BNTF, as well as the government would do their part funding on whatever project and so on that they identify. They had a visitation of a team last week, and I was invited from through BNTF. They had invited me to come and take a look at a project that is ongoing, 2 projects that is ongoing in Bonnet. One is the Bonnet Bridge, which is 85% completed, and the other is the Victoria School for Special Education, which is at the foundation level still. That is because of they had some delay in the redesigning and so on of that school. So when I was introduced, one of the gentlemen official from CDB, when the lady from BNTF had introduced me, he asked me, he said, "You're the senator that posted the video?" I said, "Which video?" He said, "Yes, some years ago you posted a video on the bridge." And my posting or my creation of that video, Madam President, was no way, shape or form to make the ruling administration at the time, and that was in thereabout 2019 thereabout. And that was no way, like I said, to make the MP or the ruling party, or the ruling administration, sorry, look bad in any way, shape or form, but just calling on them to intervene on the deterioration of the bridge, asking for some maintenance to be done on the bridge. Surely my voice or the video didn't go unnoticed. They closed it for a period of time. They did some remedial work on it, which was really, Madam President, was just putting a window dressing on an injury. So it therefore called for more attention to be placed, and thankfully my video made it on social media. Well, I did it on social media, I did it live, and the people from the Caribbean Development Bank was able to see and have a better appreciation. So thankfully I had I had some kind of influence, I should say. Well, at the time, the government could have let it fall on deaf ears, so I must place my record and appreciation to them. Sorry, they're not here to receive the credits, to recognize that this is very important to the people who commute there on a daily basis. You have three schools in which that bridge served in the area: Bonaire Government School, the Victoria Preschool, and the Victoria School for Special Education, Madam President. So this is something that is very commendable. Upon we assuming office, this administration, every consultation that was there together with the BNTF, and I was invited, I make sure that I showed up as part of additional works. When the original bridge was demolished, or before it demolished, we had to ensure that we put a temporary structure in place so that the villagers can commute without any interruption whilst the new bridge is being constructed. So like I say, Madam President, it's 85% complete. That I would really like to place my thanks and appreciation to but it's not by coincidence that the line minister is here for that. So thank you very much to you and your team for a job well done. Madam President, if you permit me, Madam President, to delve in a bit, the ministry in which I represent, the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture, we have a number of statutory bodies and so on, or division that is part of our ministry, Madam President. And if you would permit me, I would just like to give brief updates on some of those ministries, Madam President. Sorry, some of those divisions.
Excuse me again, Senator, are these updates in relation to the 2025 budget?
Yes, Madam President.
Please ensure that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Starting with, Madam President, the Grenada Cultural Foundation. So, Grenada Cultural Foundation, Madam President, as they falls directly under our ministry, Madam President, and they get a subvention to operate on an annual basis. Cultural Foundation, they facilitated and formed the Traditional Mass Band Association. The acronym for that is TIMBA. And it's for the first time they brought all the traditional mass bands in Grenada, whether it's Veco, Shakni, Wild Indian, etc. They brought them under one umbrella, so they are the ones that is responsible for that. Kudos must be given to them for that. Also, for the first time, you saw Timba participating in Rainbow City as a band parading through the streets of Grenville last year, Madam President. That I must commend again. They also had done some documentation or recordings, Madam President, of 4 Calypsonians as part of a Calypso series in which brings a greater spotlight onto the art of Calypso. The Grenada Cultural Foundation also supports other parish organizations, namely in activities like Carriacou Carnival, La Poterie Saraka or Salaka. You have St. Mark's Organization for Development and St. Patrick's Organization for Development, SMOD and SPOD. Assistance is also given to Rivasali Saraka, Carrier, Bashelika, Carriacou Maroon and String Band Festival, Virgin Parish Celebration, Pity Matnik with St. Tides Regatta, Fisherman Body, and Indian Arrival Day, Madam President, just to name a few. The foundation also executed 2 activities on Emancipation Day. One was in collaboration with SEDU, that's St. Andrew's Developmental Organization, and the other in the tongue of St. George, Madam President. The foundation also collaborated with some community and parish groups to hosted the Tanti Tech Festival nationwide for the first time. GCF also facilitated a review of Carnival, which took place in the Trade Center and Spice Basket respectively. The final report and the fact-finding was shared with the Minister, my colleague right there, Madam President, and we are looking forward in implementing some of those recommendations in 2025. And finally, on the Cultural Foundation, a delegation from the Cultural Foundation to the CEO as well as the chairman of the board went to Carriacou with a view to explore ways of building greater synergy and providing and preserving Grenadian culture, Madam President. So they work, though it's a small team, but they're very effective, Madam President. They are looking to reform the team, the whole organization in terms of rebranding and so on and so on, and add out so that they can have a new logo and just make sure that they stay within the goals and the mission, the objectives of the Cultural Foundation, Madam President. I know plenty. Madam President, you can also permit me to go on to Spice Mass Corporation, who is also a body, a subsidiary body that falls directly under the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture. To date, a lot of staff development training was done, Madam President. The product review, like I mentioned, of Carnival, that was done, and presently they are working on implementing those recommendations, as I mentioned. You have one of the activities that just concluded. They had the unveiling of 7 delegates that to vie for the title of National Carnival Queen. They set up a committee to do that, did a casting call, etc., Madam President. That's how we came up with it. They are engaging right now some ongoing meeting and engagement with stakeholders for traditional mass, fancy mass, etc. Some of which will take place this weekend, Madam President, and that I see is very, very commendable. And they are also trying to ensure that in building the capacity of the the Spice Mass Corporation. They are working closely together with the ministry and to build some more capacity in the areas for sponsorship, PR, marketing, social media, etc., etc. And last but certainly not least, Madam President, we have the official launch of Spice Mass, which would be not too far from now, is in May. The first Friday in May, the 2nd of May, which is not too far from now. I don't know if you would sit before that. I can extend an official invite to persons. Finally, I know I said last, but finally, the judges are taking cue from my learned friend on the other side earlier on. But I wouldn't go and speak as long as you normally do. Judges and artists workshop scheduled for next month, April. Registration and so on for that will commence in the coming week. Subcommittees for logistic production, and so we expect this year's carnival, Madam President, not just we market this year's carnival as one of the safest in the region, but an improved one from years gone by. We've already started an economic assessment, an economic impact assessment as to what's the value of carnival, because we cannot really put a value to say, well, government would invest X amount. We need to know, because everyone who, the stakeholders, you have from the hotels to the taxis, etc. So we are doing a comprehensive review as to how much money that is injected into the economy for that. And as soon as we have that, Madam President, we will make it public and so on. So we would, when government decide to inject some more money into it, people wouldn't say or feel that we are wasting money or we are spending badly, because we can't really put a value to that. Madam President, as I quickly move on, and I want to delve in a bit on the museum. Museum also falls under our purview from that ministry, Madam President. The museum in 2024, it was a pivotal year for the Grenada National Museum, marked by significant strides towards aligning our operation with the transformative vision outlined in the 2025 to 2029 strategic plan. The museum has taken deliberate steps to strengthen its governance, enhance visitor engagement, and build capacity to deliver on its mission and preserving and promoting Grenada's rich cultural heritage, Madam President. Madam President, the museum in 2025 will focus on implementing a strategic plan. The focus on the strategic plan will begin with the governance and the policy development. This institutional framework is necessary for the effective and efficient management in which will be crucial for implementation of the other aspects of the strategic plan that includes addressing infrastructure and community engagement. The museum has undertaken a number of initiatives, Madam President. One is they conducted extensive building repairs, because I don't know when last you visited the museum, Madam President, over the many years, I think because it's being a very old building, so we had to do some maintenance, so make sure that, we make it safe and so that visitors alike, both local and visitors alike, can feel comfortable and so on whilst they're there, Madam President. And we have a number of initiatives coming up for this year. One, let me just name a few, Caribbean Ties, Explore Regional Heritage and Interconnected Histories. An exhibition coming up called Say My Name. It's an exhibition focused on the lives of the enslaved Africans in Grenada. Ivan 20 Plus commemorates the impact of Hurricane Ivan and highlights resilience and recovery. Another one, preparations are on the way for collaborative Carnival Queen from 1945 to 1975. That's an exhibition which will be done in collaboration with Mr. Ricardo Kings Douglas. Madam President, permit me to move on to the Office of Creative Affairs, commonly known as GOCA. Madam President, we would like to celebrate remarkable achievements that we have accomplished together in the creative sector. Through our unwavering commitment and innovative ideas, we have laid a robust foundation for growth and sustainability that empowers our creative community. And when I say that, Madam President, concessions for creatives, empowering our artists. Let's begin with the concession for our creatives. A cornerstone of our efforts to support the creative community, this has provided 100% on essential tools of trade, equipment, and raw materials, allowing over 95 creative businesses to thrive. That, Madam President, is remarkable. This initiative has transformed the lives. In 2024, we granted a total of $1.4 million in concession, with revenue foregone, that's revenue that the government did not collect, of $750,000, Madam President. This isn't just a number, but is a lifeblood for our creatives, enabling them to reinvest in their business, upgrade their offerings, ultimately drive innovation within the sector. We are also empowering individuals who are creating jobs, Madam President, not just for themselves, but for their entire communities. Madam President, TAMCC collaboration, investing in education for our creatives. This is a very bold initiative, Madam President, because as in 2023, we took a bold leap, Madam President, a bold leap forward through our educational collaboration with the T.A. Marisho Community College, and my dear friend and Minister of Education, we'd like to thank you all for accommodating us in that regard. We awarded 139 scholarships valued at EC $91,740, Madam President, enabling our creatives to access specialized courses tailored to the cultural and creative industries. The result speaks volumes, Madam President, with 87 successful passes that individuals are equipped with vital skills now needed for the businesses to thrive, Madam President. Most importantly, the credits earned from these courses will seamlessly transition into TAMCC's upcoming associate degree program in creative and cultural industries, launching in September of 2025. This is remarkable. For the first time, we have an associate degree offered at TAMCC, Madam President. And because before we only used to look at creatives as just mere talents. We have a little talent, we could sing, we could draw, we can dance, and that's it. Your parent might want you to go into the traditional jobs of being a doctor, a lawyer, but why not follow your passion? I give you a little example, Madam President. When I was growing up, every time my mother get a report card, she wanted to ring me as simply because great student, but he talks too much. But Madam President, if I was not talking, where would I be today? Can I come here and make sign language? So I'm making the point, Madam President, to encourage, to let our parents and guardians encourage their children as well as their loved ones into exploring their talents and their passion, Madam President. We are creating pathways for our future leaders in the creative sector, nurturing talents like they never did before. The Cultural and Creative Industry Business Development Fund, or BDF. Madam President, let us not overlook the monumental impact of the cultural industry, the Cultural and Creative Industries Business Development Fund, launched in December of 2023. With an initial allocation, Madam President, of $2 million, we marked a turning point in the financial landscape for our creative entrepreneurs, our creative enterprises. By January of this year, January 2025, we had successfully disbursed nearly $1.5 million to 91 recipients. We provided loans to 28 recipients totaling $808,000. Grant awards awarded to 28 recipients totaling $491,000, and vouchers for the receipt totaling $158,000. This fund has been a dispensable tool alleviating financial burden and fueling the growth of the creative enterprise throughout Grenada. Building institutional capacity. From vision to reality. Madam President, we believe that building a future where our creative sectors are organized and empowered. That is why we initiated a project to facilitate the establishment of association for 5 major subsectors. 1, music, visual arts and craft. 2, festival, performing arts and celebration, audio visual and interactive media, and gastronomy. We have already funded and facilitated the formation of the Association for Music Producers and Performers, with the other 4 associations expected to be formally established in April. Through expert guidance, we are equipping creative with the necessary tools for effective governance and sustainable operations. We are igniting a new era of creativity where collaboration is at the forefront. Music studios and elevating our producers. Madam President, thanks to the Business Development Fund in 2024, we have funded the refurbishment of 4 music studios, with another 6 upgrades currently in progress, and is expected to be completed by May of this year, Madam President. No longer will our local producers be confined to makeshift setups, and they will now have state-of-the-art equipment and the facility that they deserve. This, Madam President, is not just talk, but putting our money where our mouth is. For the first time, we are giving our producers the recognition and support that they have long awaited. These are the individuals behind many of our top nation hits, and with the support that they're receiving now, for them, the sky is the limit. Madam President, We are not standing still. We have completed extensive research and consultation, culminating the development of a 5-year strategic plan for the creative sector. This plan is our blueprint for building a thriving creative industry that benefits all Grenadians. Let us set the record straight. We are moving beyond idle talk. We are taking decisive action. Our creative community is receiving the structured support it needs to flourish, and we stand united with our mission to propel Grenada's creative sector forward. Madam President, as I close on the Office of Creative Affairs, or GOCA, Madam President, this achievement exemplifies our commitment to nurturing creativity and innovation within Grenada. Together, we have laid a powerful foundation for the future of our creative industries, a bright future where every creative voice is celebrated, supported, and empowered. Let us continue this momentum. Let's champion our creatives and invest in them. So, Madam President, that was my presentation on the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs. I see some lovely ladies here. They are also a part of our staff, Madam President. So you guys do a wonderful job. Continue the good work. On behalf of the Minister and I, continue the good works. Oh, I have to look on this side, Madam President, right? Oh, just to my extreme right, Madam President, you have the staff, or the chairman and the CEO of the Grenada Cultural Foundation. Thank you for coming. I hope I share some light on some of the achievements and so on that you all have. And last but certainly not least, Madam President, I don't think I would need more than 15 more minutes. That's within the time. I'm sticking within the time.
Repeat yourself, please.
Oh, Madam President, I was saying, looking at the time, I don't think I would need more than 15 more minutes, and that is within my time, my allotted time, based on my records.
Yes, you are.
All right, so
you are within your.
You have to commend me as sticking within the rules. Madam President, I move on to the Division of Culture, Madam President, and with us we have the Chief Cultural Officer. He's sitting right there in the gallery. 2024, Madam President, marked a transformative year for the Division of Culture with impactful initiatives. The division played a critical role in the 50th Independence celebration, showcasing Grenada's rich cultural heritage. Some other accomplishments include supporting various cultural programs, reintroducing the Grenada Arts Festival, and signing of significant bilateral agreements to strengthen international cultural cooperation. First, the 50th celebration. I don't know if your memory serves you right, Madam President. It was not too long ago, just about a year ago. We had a mass choir with over 30 students participating, showcasing Grenada's musical talent and unity. That, Madam President, that was thrilling, just hearing those lovely voices being harmonized. The mass movement, where you had more than 400 members, including dancers and school children, took part in a large-scale performance as never seen before, emphasizing national pride and cultural expression. The Independence Calypso competition, celebrating Grenada music and artistry through national competition, further fostering pride and Grenada culture. Second, Madam President, signing of a memorandum of understanding signed with the Ministry of Culture of Cuba to strengthen Grenada's cultural capacity. This MOU will facilitate training and cultural exchanges between the two countries, providing valuable opportunities for Grenadians to learn and grow in the arts. And I think you probably missed a little trick, Madam President, when we made our visit to Cuba to see what some of the culture and some of the cultural expressions and so on was. That was to behold, Madam President. It was good. It was excellent. So now that we have that MOU signed, I really would like, to see or we making those kind of exchanges with we showcasing the talent that we have, as well as they come in and showcase what they have to offer. Collaboration with the People's Republic of China. We worked in partnership with the Chinese Embassy to host the Wu Opera Cultural Troupe in 2 performances on November 9th and 10th at the Gateway Assembly. The performances showcase the richness in Chinese opera, fostering cultural diplomacy across cultural understanding between Grenada and China. The Festival of the Arts 2024. In 2024, Madam President, we witnessed a highly anticipated return of the Festival of the Arts, a vibrant celebration of Grenadian creativity, bringing together schools and community groups, showcasing their talents across various artistic disciplines, including song, dance, choral speaking, and music. The festival was held in 2 phases, from April to May and October to November. Over 30 primary schools and 13 secondary schools with three community groups registered, but with 26 of those schools ultimately participating, Madam President. The event climaxed with a winners in concert, featuring the outstanding performances from the winners in the various categories before a full audience at the Trade Center. Cash prizes were offered to participating schools, as well as the tokens of appreciation were given to the teachers who dedicated their time and effort to preparing the students for the competition. This was made possible through corporate sponsorship. And permit me to acknowledge some. I would start from the bottom up. Flow Grenada, Six Senses Lassages, Georgia Foggins, Independence Agency, Blue Bubbles, Event and Rentals, and the Investment by Migration Agency. The reason why I leave the Investment by Migration Agency for last, Madam President, so we see, even if whatever that we get from the Citizen by Investment program, we are investing it back into our economy, we're investing it into our youths. I've seen them participating, Madam President, or been sponsoring different events that over the past several months, which is commendable. They have also, Madam President, sponsored about 4 of our steel bands here in Grenada, 3 which was unsponsored, and they had pledged some level of sponsorship, Madam President, and that is highly commendable, Madam President.
And how does it relate to this budget? How does it relate to the 2025 budget?
Yes, I'm moving, I'll tell you. It's still pan and culture. That's how it relates, Madam President. So, moving on, Madam President. I have how much minutes more, Madam President? Half an hour? All right, so let me just move on quickly, Madam President. What we achieved so far in 2025, the Independence Monarch, where we had we changed the format of the Independence Monarch from just the Calypso Monarch to Independence Monarch competition. That is because instead of using the genre of just Calypso, you could have sing a comida composition that is what we consider a groovy, like how you have Black Adam has his groovy, once is relatable to the theme also of the celebration. And for the first person that was crowned was a female in the name of Jermaine Simon. We also collaborated with the People's Republic of China in hosting them at another event, Madam President, where we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the resumption of diplomatic ties between Grenada and China. A special concert was held in St. Patrick's featuring the NIMBO visiting troop from China. A lot of local people attended and so on. We at the Division of Culture, Madam President, believe in recognizing our icons and so on, giving them their flowers while they're still alive. So we had a tribute concert to Mrs. Shirley Robinson. The division hosted a tribute concert called Iconic Moves and Melody. That was very amazing, Madam President. In collaboration with the National Folk Group, we honor Mrs. Shirley Robinson. She was a former Chief Cultural Officer and founder of the National Folk Group, Madam President. So a full concert was held, attracting a full audience at the Grenada Trade Center where we celebrated her. She was also very interactive with it. She also gave up a performance. She had a piece that she did, a performance piece, which was very, very remarkable, Madam President. Transitioning of the National Folk Group into the Grenada Performing Company. That, Madam President, is highly commendable. To further support the work of the National Folk Group and train a cadre of persons to be experts in the various skill sets and in the performing arts, the ministry has now registered the group as a Grenada National Performing Company. This, Madam President, this significant move will elevate the profile of the group, attracting younger talents for sustainability and allow for greater visibility and opportunity to showcase Grenada's cultural heritage, both on the national and international stage. Madam President, let me just quickly move on. A culture docu-series, Madam President, that would be, the division will work closely in collaboration with GIS, looking into programs and so on for the country. This initiative facilitated by GIS will provide an inside look into the programs and contribution of division officers, fostering deeper connection with the public, so people would know what it is that we are doing there together with GIS. A cultural delegation to Japan Expo 2025 from April 17th to 22nd. Madam President, Grenada, we will be sending a cultural group at the World Expo in Japan. Madam President, that event this event will serve as an impactful platform for Grenada to showcase its rich cultural heritage. Consultation for the Arts Festival for 2026, because we decided to do it biannually until we grow the capacity and so on, so that we can make it an annual event, Madam President. So we will review all the challenges that we had and look at ways that we can improve so that we could get the best of Grenadian talents and so on to showcase, Madam President. Building more capacity. The division is focused on building capacity to the reintroduction of programs in the schools across Grenada, across the length and breadth of our tri-island state, Madam President, with an emphasis on voice, dance, steel pan, and calypso. Employing more cultural officers who will work and support the programs from the ministry and empower young people with the necessary skills and knowledge needed to thrive in the arts, Madam President. The procurement of steel pans and development of the steel pan ensembles. Madam President, The ministry will procure 100 pieces of steel pan to create 7 steel pan ensembles across communities and schools throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Madam President. This is an initiative that I highly commend, Madam President, because running and operating a steel band is not cheap. Hence the reason why I commended the Investment Migration Agency, Madam President, by they taking up the initiative to sponsor more initiatives to let our band function to its fullest capacity, because it's not easy to maintain a steel band, Madam President. So that's the correlation when I make, Madam President. I hope I provided some explanation. We also, Madam President, support for the school music programs. The division will continue to support the school music lab with new addition like music production and training. We also organize events such as the National School Orchestra Showcase, the Peter Phillips Drum Corps competition among schools, take it to the street dance competition, and the Cameroon Folk Festival. These programs and events will foster the creativity, discipline, and teamwork among students and the community groups, giving them the opportunity to showcase their talents while preserving Grenada's rich cultural heritage. And lastly, Madam President, we have preserving our cultural heritage, Madam President. It's an effort where we look at our rich cultural history as part of our treasured history and so on, Madam President, our traditions, recognizing, preserving, for future generation to come, Madam President. We will undertake in 2025 some bold initiatives. One, the establishment of the National Heroes Park. 2, the establishment of the PRA monument, the establishment of Fort George as a national heritage site, rationalize Grenada's national holidays, harmonize legislative framework for preservation and management of Grenada cultural heritage, naming and renaming of public streets and buildings, development of Grenada's national identity and values, and create a database for tangible and intangible cultural assets. Madam President, as I wrap up, as I realize time is on me, I just want to record my unequivocal support, Madam President, for the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and thank the staff from the ministry as well as all the statutory bodies and some of who are present that I recognize, my family, my friends, my lovely constituents. Thank you very much for coming. And to you, the staff, Madam President, I wish that I had more time. I could have delved in a lot more on the police. I recognize the important role in protecting and service. Thank you very much for your contribution. And finally, the police in Victoria, the Victoria Police Station, Madam President, they are working under some extreme conditions, some of which what we met, and we are moving steadfastly to address that situation. We have already identified a building in the Victoria Hotel where we are going to retrofit and so on to accommodate them. So thank you very much, Madam President. I didn't expect I would have stayed such a long time, so please forgive me for the extra minute or two that I spent. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Britton. Thank you very much. Your passion for St. Mark's doesn't fail you. I want to congratulate your ministry for all that you have reported and your outlook for the future. I want to thank the Minister of Economic Development and Creative Arts as he exits our chamber. Thank him for the work he's done last year and for what is to come this year. Thanks to your constituents, the ordinary people of our country, St. Mark's, for coming down and to thank all the public workers in the ministry. Thank you, ladies, for spending your day with us. I think I saw you during the lunch hour. Thanks to the chair of the Grenada Cultural Foundation, Mr. Christopher De Riggs, and forgive me for starting to call names because I don't know the person next to you. Can't recall, but thank you both for being here and for guiding cultural understanding and activities in the country over the past year. We want a more rigorous program coming up. 25-26 was touched on even for the Festival of the Arts. We look forward to that. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And I think we have 1 hour to spend listening to the spokesperson representative for the farmers and fishers of this country. He's a man who hails from St. Andrews. Maybe he has the same experience as Senator Britton. He was bright but talked too much. but look at where it brought him. So you have the floor, sir, for your presentation. Delighted to have you. Thank you, Senator St. Clair.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I don't know, maybe it's a blessing, I don't know. So thank you very much, Madam President, for having me take the floor this time. And of course, I stand in the name of the farmers and the fisher folks of this country in whose interests I speak on in this House. I rise, Madam President, to speak towards the 2025 budget. And of course, it's an estimate of revenues and expenditure, and they would estimate. But of course, as I always say, it's more than just the numbers. It is the activities which would cause the numbers to be involved, whether it's an expense or whether it's a revenue or income. Well, revenue in this case. So I rise to speak on that, and the theme, of course, that was presented to us, the nation, by the Minister for Finance a few weeks ago, says towards Vision 75, Grenada resilient and rising. Of course, we can understand the resilience of this country having gone through many different things, whether it's climatic issues, whether it's social issues, whether it's political issues. In all cases, Grenada is still there. You know, the people are still present. The institutions are there. New people are coming, and we're growing. So this is important, and as that happens, we say we're rising. So at the end of the day, the theme itself in context is an aspiring theme, and it's one to work towards. And that's the thing about themes and mission and visions. And it's simple and clear. Sometimes we get those long, unwinded one that we forget it. We have to read it again. So I say this to lay context for the record. In my presentation, of course, the details of the budget and all those things were presented by the minister, and of course, in various ways by the other place, and of course, here, our senators on the government side would explain. My job is to do a critical review and observations, suggestions, recommendations, commendations. But at the same time, if I spend too much time commending, then I don't get extra minutes. So I leave this to the presenter of the bill and the presenters to do such, right? So, because I wouldn't get bonus time for that. So I'm negotiating. Okay, so that's the opening. I want to start, Madam President, with just a few minutes, sort of making some brief comments on some of the presentations from this morning. I think it's important. So, for example, the most important presentation by the leader of government business, I wanted to just make a few comments pertaining to that. Of course, of interest in his presentation, the issue of the MNIB and privatizing and where it's going, and of course, farmers are anxious, wanting to know where are we. Of course, we're still not hearing, we're hearing that something happening, but we don't know what is happening. And maybe, I guess, there is no information about what is happening, so we just have to wait until whatever happening is announced. And I understand that. You can't really say too much if you don't have the information. But we know something's supposed to happen. But what we know is that to plan is very important. And so what we don't want is that this new system is set up and our farmers are not ready to produce, and 3-4 months going and we say, well, farmers not producing, they're not ready yet, we better import our products. But we didn't get a chance to plan. It's not like even building a car, making a blocks. Fruits and vegetables and other crops take, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. So the message is to my friends on the other side is to make sure that our farmers get all the notice and all the warning to start preparing for the market, And as I quipped to my friend Senator Rahman earlier on, speaking about agriculture is about management. And of course, he mentioned a long list of what to plant, where to plant, when to plant. And in his whole speaking, he forget to mention market. And I said, oh, I forget to mention it. This is the most important thing. Without markets, nobody produces. There is no money. There is no possibility of income. There is no possibility of financing. So it's all about markets. That is what gives farmers confidence. That is what makes a man buy a bus. That is why it makes somebody open a restaurant, buy a sewing machine, buy a boots or cutlass to go on the farm. It's about the market. So let us not lose sight about that. And once you have market and you have money, you can then hire people to manage the business for you. So go to the bank and get more money. So this is one part. The other important part that was raised, the issue of the constituency office and the vehicles and even more money for them. I fully support that. In fact, I'm a main supporter of local government. And I trust that the constituency office don't segue into a loss of emphasis on the issue of local government. In fact, my dear friend and former member of the lower house and Attorney General Francis Alexis, who I met many years ago when I was a teacher, went around the country educating persons about this. That time he was Minister for Labor and Local Government, about local government. And I challenged him then on a lot of things, as I like to debate. And the joke is, Madam President, a few weeks afterwards, he sent a vehicle from the Ministry of Labor, local government, with a big envelope with all the bills and all those stuff. Say, go and read that if you want to know more about local governments and so on. I'm not sure if you remember that. And since there we became very good friends. So I say this to say that my interests about local government is serious and not about now. It's about for the last so many years about this matter. So I trust that we don't lose sight of local government in that line. But I also endorse we need to get some more funds for the offices, and they are used wisely and for the productive purposes for many outreach and so on, and it can be equipped in different ways. So I like the idea. The issue of the burial support income support for the farmers, well, that I would raise again, but of course we have over 4,000 farmers benefiting, almost 300 fisher folks. Of course, we urge them, as I myself was directly involved in a lot of this discussion with the Minister for Agriculture from almost day one on this matter, based on where I sit, and we work together on many things, and of course, we trust that the farmers have used the funds wisely in many ways, because wise, yes, we'd want them to use it to go back to the land. You know, if you are affected, your house is affected, you don't have food at the time, or you need medication, of course, some of these funds will definitely go there. But we know that farmers know how to run a business, they know how to run their homes, they buy big vehicles, they build big houses, they send their children to school, and they make decisions. So we would see the result of their efforts over the next, I would say, year, because as we say, you have to produce. We'll speak more about that in terms of how they may have used the money and the results, if there are any impediments. But we continue to be grateful, and of course, I don't think I've heard that anywhere, but of course, we also farm cocoa nutmeg sector in particular. Want to not only thank the government for the previous contribution towards the crop insurance, but the pledge for 2026-2025 season is also covered, and we urge our farmers, not only cocoa nutmeg, but they can also purchase as much as possible the insurance for the coverage. Myself and the High Commissioner representative to the UK have pledged to work together to do some promotion and media appearances to get persons to sign up at the Credit Union League so they can be able to purchase this thing. So these are very important points I want to connect while it's early, so I could buy some time. As we go further, right, it was, I think Senator Rahman raised it, and is what's noting the issue about financing of the budget, but it sort of gave me interested, Madam President, because when I look at the excess, if what the Senator Rahman saying that this 283 million would fund the budget, the question we could ask for clarity is this money really sitting there to finance the budget, or is it going to really be, as fast as the money rolling into the cash flow purposes, it can able to fund costs that would emerge during the year? So that is an important question, whether that money is sitting somewhere or whether it's rolling. I have my thoughts, but there might be another way. It might be sitting there, you know. Takes me to the issue of the hospital was raised, and this partnership with the Mount Sinai and so on. All of those things are important, because there are many different cries in different ways about our services at the hospital, the equipment and so on, notwithstanding the efforts of everyone. So we must not run away, and I think this is a bold acceptance that we need to do something. Of course, this cannot be delayed. It's a major project. It wouldn't happen in 1 year, because unless we would bring in maybe 1,000, 2,000 persons working day and night. We're not saying day and night is not possible, but the amount of persons to do this work. But we know just to design and the quantity surveying and all of those things take time. So we shouldn't in any way try to leave some false expectations in persons and then it taking long to happen. So we should say, okay, design will not happen in the first year. So we're very clear what we expect to see. Year 2, we go see this. Year 3, we go see that. So I think it will be very important, Madam President, to see some sort of project framework in a summary way as to what this thing is going to pan out to, because we're speaking about hundreds of millions of dollars to something that we should be able to see what the end product would look like. The issue of skills, I think this is very important, and we have spoken about it a lot. You know, TAMCC as a community college in particular, the training agency, and so on, they need to really collaborate and connect to supply proper labor for our workforce. And not because some of the folks are currently working and employed. No, it doesn't mean that they cannot learn new skills to be more productive and more efficient with new technologies. So I don't want us to leave here, well, you know, everybody working, they're good. But can they do more? Do they want some other capacity building? Yeah, there new technologies, new type of material that the importers and the business people may want to bring in, but you know, guys, those workers down in Grenada, they don't know how to use this type of tires, they don't know how to set up this type of equipment. So then, all that's supposed to be good, we don't maximize the benefits. So the issue of retooling and retraining and upgrading is very important. I don't want us to lose sight of that, please. And of course, those who are not employed and not doing anything, we need to find them. We passed a bill here some years ago, about last year, saying that you have to be 17 and 18 years, I think 21 years, you have to be in school still. So where are these persons? Has the Ministry of Education found 20 persons, 40 persons who really should be in school and not in school? Why is the report card on that? And how do we add teeth to that for the nation building and rising and all of those things that we want to do? So we can't just pass the law, pass the regulations, and then we don't do nothing. Madam President, the other point I want to get at is the renewable energy issue. I think is very important, and we see the private sector is providing a lot of technology, persons are going online and so on. But I think, again, the technician, the technical persons, to be able to help some of these homeowners and so on, the business people might be able to do it and hire some of the more skilled guys, and there are even very few of them. And so I think that, for example, I know the ozone unit, for example, my friend Mr. Smith and those guys back then trained a lot of persons to deal with this, managing this gas. I'm using that in terms of they have a model that they have used to unleash the skills. And maybe we need to find some way in using a similar approach to unleash that sort of skill set with the wider workforce to able to implement a lot of this renewable energy technology. I think this is important. I speak to a lot of them, persons who are doing certain things right now, and it's like, they don't show, you have to research that. So it means that we have issues, and they may set up technologies that may eventually cause harm to persons' equipment and so on. So I think it's a wise suggestion to be taken on board. The linkage with tourism and so on, I've spoken about that this morning, and of course we have to do more of that. And I think my good friend Senator Britton speak to the culture and all of that. He speak about gastronomy and all of those connections is very important to build that linkage with agriculture, because the more people go out, the more people lime. They don't only drinking rum and beers, they need food. When they get a little bit tipsy, they want food, you know. So where is this food? Where is this special chips or this special drink or special soup and so on? So I think there need to be a connection. And of course, I know he's well placed. You know, the food festival in Victoria is a very nice one. I've been there a few times. It's one of my favorite. So I think that there is connection. But at the same time, speaking even from my personal experience from the GCNA and the close working relationships with the Board of Tourism, actually right now this evening, 3 o'clock, we are in collaboration with the Board of Tourism at the Monk Cinnamon Hotel, is it? Monk Cinnamon Hotel, launching a special syrup that can be used to do cocktails. with the bartenders can use cocktails and so on, with some international mixologists. So it's a partnership among ourselves doing that, using some spice, cocktail mixture, so on. So I'm saying that I understand that link and how we could bring it stronger. It's not just going on the watch a tree and the sun and the sun, but there are different ways we can make those sort of connection. And the issue of the increasing the amount of funds for that local tourism community projects, we need to do more of that, and we need to work with our taxi men and so on. But at the same time, we definitely need to spend more time having the appropriate language, whether it's sign languages, different type of languages. I'm not creating a promotion, but at the GCNA, we have a museum in Bolio, and we have 4 languages interpretation: English, Spanish, French, and German. So even if my staff can only speak English mostly, if a Spanish person come, the little that you can say to them, they can read the interpretation and so. But if we can train our persons in the language, different languages, Chinese, etc., then that would be very helpful to add to this whole product. So I'm saying we need more attraction, and all of those things are spoken about, but we have to have the back-end service to that. As we go down, the issue of CCC cameras, that was mentioned. Of course, we welcome that, because that we know would help us greatly with the issue of pre-larceny. In fact, a few months ago, we had some situation up in my area, and we were able to intervene with the commissioner, and of course, they did what they have to do with certain technologies. And of course, we know that we can do that in a broader space, not only by the bus stop and in sports place and so on, but we know where they could go, so that at least we could see something and monitor certain practices. Interestingly, Madam President, the issue of the minimum wage bill was raised. Of course, when I say it was raised, not hiked, but it was mentioned that this needs to be revisited more regularly. In fact, the leader of government business says it should be made up every 5 years. And I say, hold on. That's a nice suggestion, but the crop compensation, which we're asking to put a time frame for review, that hasn't been reviewed since in 1995, we seem to be mute on that one. And it begs the question whether or not, I heard Senator Cox was saying, I'm looking up in my glasses, only looking like we had the wrong glasses on. Because that is a clear one that needs some action. But we seem to be happy that we need to do it 5 years again, because we just do it. And then my good friend, Senator Thomas, which I like her. I like her presentation all the time, because the topics that she raised is so in the fabric of the country. You know, it's very in the fabric. But she mentioned about the Probation Act, which was reviewed sometime in 1960. And I'm saying to myself, I say good luck. Because if 1995 can get touched, I don't know how 1960 would get touched. So, Madam, my friend, I trust that you can bargain for 2 of us when you're getting through. Because it's an important point that the Senator is making, but at the same time, what's happening for the farmers? We seem to be mute on that legislative agenda there. So I don't know if I could check it or I could exit. One of them had to take place. In school, put an X when it's wrong, tick when it's correct. The issue of the procurement and disposal of the vehicles, but I think what was raised by leader of government business was specifically the issue of the use, how the vehicle is abused, and that is an issue. We need to do better than that. So, Madam President, I also, and I will try to do about maybe 2 minutes quickly before I shift here. the disability issue, and so on, with the retrofit vehicles and buildings. All these are very good initiatives and so on. The issue of the population capacity, all of those are very good, very, very good initiative. The community development initiative is something that I endorse, but we need to make sure that the issue of the home economics and the homemakers club and all of those things, agriculture, little backyard gardening, so you're building all of these other components in it, such that we can better able to add more value to those initiatives. So these are just some comments I wanted to make regarding this. As I move, Madam President, to look specifically now, outside of the linkages that I raised, the issue of the Ministry of Agriculture portfolio in this budget. See, it's a good thing I don't use technology. My computer is saying, oh, it's cleaning something. See, good thing I have paper. So we have a budget for the year on agriculture in the region of just about $32 million. Of course, fisheries, which was removed from it and joined up with marine, goes up to something about $6 million. So pretty much it's just about the same as last year. Structurally, with the fisheries component, if I may say, Madam President, fisheries and the marine resources, by and large, most of the activities that are highlighted to be completed in 2025 are basically the list of activities from 2024 that really, nothing was really done. When you look at it, for example, and some of it's Senator Cox raised, the Sagasom, there was zero money spent. And I say it could be an error because sometimes when you're doing these documents, sometimes certain things get missed out. So I say maybe it's an error. But nothing has happened with Sagasom. And even just with the fisheries marine part. I was surprised that just about, I think it's about 500,000 was to go for the upgrade of the fish markets, and only about 99,000 was spent. When I look at the capital budget on the fish markets. So that I found was, we could have done more. I mean, my good friend in Victoria, we know the issues with the Victoria fish market, we know the issue of ice and so on. That had me a little bit worried. Of course, I know some of the maintenance issues of the MPA management. I see those are better included and catered for in this marine resource component of the budget. That wasn't really there before, and so the management of the marine protected areas was basically a problem because there was nobody. Even if they had a boat, nothing really was going on, particularly with those in the Grenada. I think the one in Carriacou is a model management approach, but the one here had some issues. So if I just look at that quickly, Madam President, so I could get this part out of the way with the marine affairs. So the Sagasom, the fish market, the marine protected areas, those are areas we have $300,000 is for this year. I hope that we can spend everything. Marine protected area 1.3 million, the Sagasom 350,000, and the blue economy 100,000. And I take the blue economy to mean, when I look at the mandate, is to sort of raise project funds and so on, such that we can able to find better opportunities and look at the whole issue of linking back with tourism and other type of benefits. So that is okay, that's not a problem. But those that we were supposed to do the last time, we hot in, and we need to have some action, and you cannot put money aside. You have excess to go over into the next year, and of course it's not done. The question is, do you have the amount of people to get it done? And when you look, Madam President, at some of the issues, you're seeing like 10 vacancies, 11 vacancies in some of those ministries. And then I can recall seeing advertisements. At least if we want to say there are nobody for the jobs, but where are the ads? It's not costing us much to put an ad out. You could put it on Facebook, put it on WhatsApp, Instagram, GIS. Where are the ads? We're really advertising those positions. And if nobody apply, then nobody apply. But the issue of putting the jobs out, the vacancies. So for example, in the Ministry of Agriculture alone, we have about 129 vacancies. Out of that, you have about 40-something in extension, about 16 in agronomy. When you add it up between agronomy, extension, and I think it's forestry or one of them, you end up with almost about 60. And these are like the nuts and bolts of the Ministry of Agriculture to service the farmers. So let us take a look closer of this thing, Madam President. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. The Ministry of Agriculture for this year says to us that the mission, that's what we want to accomplish. Very instructive as we want to rise and become resilient. To facilitate food and nutrition security, to increase economic returns from the agriculture sector by promoting sustainable use of natural resources and providing quality services. So if we stick on the issue of food security, which is the real issue, the question arises, what are you doing? How are you equipped to give food security? And then I go and I look at the capital component. And if you look at the recurrent expenditure, we already have a problem because we have a series of vacancies that we're not filling. So the services must be shut. If you shut 3 persons, 4 persons, 5 persons, then you're doubling up. So some persons will be missed in the service that you want to give. Not that you don't want to give it, but you're just not set up to give. So I think a major effort of the ministry is to find these people. The issue is not the budget, because it's well allocated for in terms of the estimates. It's just that we need to find the persons. So that's the first part. Right? The second part relates to the capital component. And if you take a quick look, and I capture some of it, we speak about the multi-purpose agro-processing plant, and this is good. I have always speak about something like that because our agro-processors do need some facility to prepare the products. While some of them might do it at the home and the kitchen might be clean and all of those things, if it can be done in a central place where you have proper equipment, proper tools, proper persons to prepare the products. My good friend, for example, Senator Rahman, he could have a formula to make something, and he just present it to them, and they charge him a fee to package it and prepare it, label it, and all he do, he pay them and he collects some money when he sells it. So it's not just about agro-processors coming there physically and get service done, but other persons who want to do things may not necessarily have to have a facility, but it can be used. And then the integration with the produce chemist lab and so on, all the testing can be properly done and certified, such that it's produced in what you call like a food safe, HACCP-friendly environment, and you could be able to access markets. So this we fully endorse, but we can't take too long, Madam President. I don't know about you, but sometimes I used to be baking bread. And when the bread take long to rise, you know what happened? Well, I think that's an experiment everybody need to try. In that regard, issue of research, I will just link it quickly. We see about $500,000 on research. This is really good. I remember there was a research director, Dr. Dottin, there was there, and after he left, it was blank. I'm not too sure if there is a director of research, but it's good that it's budgeted. We need to put a team together who will look at research. And I think that this 500,000 should not just be research for someone sitting in the Ministry of Agriculture. It's national research, meaning that let's suppose you have a school, or some little science club, or some other organization wanting to do a research. They should be able to access, if you say $20,000 or $10,000 with a small proposal, so that they can able to do some of the research that is in line to where we want to go, so that you're able to get more implementation, more execution, and more buy-in. You know, so this is what I want to suggest. This thing should not be sitting there and two persons didn't do some work in the ministry, so then next year we see just $75,000 used. And the next year now, what happened? It go down now to 50,000, because that's what they normally do. Because if you can handle 75, if you can handle 500 and it's 75 you could spend, we will give you 50 next time, because we know that you could handle. But if we use that sort of approach, I think we will get more, particularly for research. The other area that we need to look at is the issue of the land bank. And this is a project I know that is on stream. I know there are a lot of young persons who already assigned lands and so on. And I know there are private persons who want to get involved in the land bank process. So I think this is an important issue. Other farmers, some of them are family lands, they're not settled, they want lands that they could have less stress and encumbrance around, not necessarily to buy, but at least to lease and to have access to. And so the longer we take with this, Madam President, is the longer we are endangering our whole food security. And this is my concern in the process. Just looking for something. Yeah, cover. Jeez. Okay. The other issue that we have here is the, wow, I didn't want to get there, but it popped up pretty lastly, Madam President. Pretty lastly, we see that they are increasing to 500,000. Last year, 150,000 was spent. So it was allocated 127,000. What exactly was that money used to do? I don't know. Maybe cameras, maybe some few things. But 500,000 for capital budget sounds good. I trust that we spend it. I trust that we spend it. Because if we don't spend it, all we are doing is that we are making our farmers suffer more. It may not solve all the problem, but it may just reduce the whole problem by a certain percentage. And so I know Inspector Daniel very well. We have a good connection of discussion, and I trust that he get active to be able to use this money. In fact, Madam President, I want to appeal to my friends on the other side that unless the cabinet conclusion was rescinded sometime back in around 2010, 2009, there was a pre-Lassini advisory committee which was intersectorial and provided oversight support to the whole issue of efforts for pre-Lassini. That someone go back and look and see if the cabinet conclusion was rescinded. And if it wasn't rescinded, the question is, in the whole issue of transformation, what does not transforming, transform it, and let's get that back going. Because when that was working, pre-Lassini efforts was good. And I'm saying that for saying it sake, because I happened at the time to be the chair of that committee for several years. The commissioner, police, all of them was involved. The last meeting was held sometime around 2019 with Deputy Commissioner, I'm not sure if he's still there, Prince, and so on. So they know very well about all of these things. You have the supermarkets involved, cocoa, nutmeg, other farmers, the ministry is involved. And if you look at the Pre-De La Sini Act, it caters for all of those committees. But this advisory body now was stakeholders, providing more support and oversight. So in the issue of transparency and accountability, I think that we need to recall that and have it on the books, have it reinstated as soon as possible. Those things to me can happen with the stroke of a pen. That is not a long, difficult thing to take place. And I realize I keep my Pre-De La Sini issues very small. I think the commissioner now present, my good friend, I think he understands with the response I've seen from him so far. And we want to move forward in this regards, in Pre-De La Sini. Of course, the legislation leaves for the registration of vendors and farmers. I see in the work plan the issue about registration of farmers and vendors. So at some point, we would want to find out from our good friends, through a question, how much are registered when. So I'm saying start preparing the answers as of now. Madam President, the issue of the youth in agriculture, that seems to be going okay. But interestingly, there's a project called Climate Resilience Agriculture Integrated Landscape. That's a very big project. Not 1 cent is spent in that. And I see them, the vehicle driving up and down, they're getting paid every day. But I think it's an error. It could never be zero. But we want to ask a question at some stage to find out how much money really was spent. Maybe it's zero, but it's showing zero. So we cannot afford to be having all these funds coming in, and these are not local funds. Are we not using it? Senator Cox speak about the same thing with the food security project, 9 million, only a few 100,000 was used. And then interest, that's my good friend Senator Rahman speak about this morning, is tying up in that. Because once you draw down the money, if you build a house, you take a loan for 10 million, the moment the banker cut the check, the interest start to run, whether or not you start building or not building. So we have to be smarter than that. I'm not saying the ministers, but our administrators have to act prudently, our accounting officers and so on have to save us money. The census is good to see. The census data seem to be up and running and it's ready, so we should see a census report soon, because agriculture census is very important, Madam President, for planners, for investors, for direction and decision making. I mean, to operate without the agriculture census is like driving a vehicle and not even you don't have a gas gauge. Well, I can't even describe it. It's a big risk, because you could be speaking to donors, you could be doing all sorts of stuff without understanding what is happening. And so it's available and it must be published and be easily accessible, which normally used to be the case, so that we could be able to make decisions. I see agriculture information enhancement, 50,000, and the whole issue of data is important for estimate for 2025. But in 2024, there was 200,000 and only 72,000 was spent. I don't know if that was sufficient to accomplish the task or if the task is unfinished. So this is questions we would have to find out. Because speaking about those things here, sometimes the presenters of this information don't have the background details. And I think this is the disadvantage. So we'd have to have some questions coming on that, Madam President. There's another big one, the government estates. And I'm a believer that we have to use the government estates as a strategic tool to produce food. It's one of our area that is government used to produce food, produce either livestock or whatever it is, because you can do all your experiments, you can mass produce, and this is a very early research. The question is, are we really doing enough? There is some, but are we doing enough? I remember that little boy, Bellevue Estates and all of those estates, what was going on. And Bellevue Estates, why is not mentioned here? We need to find a way to get it back. We have gotten back many things in Grenada that we would have legally find ways to get it back. And we need to get Bellevue Estate back because it's just there, sitting down in bush. I'm in the community. That's where I grew up. And I think it's a disservice we are doing to ourselves to let that place just follow. We cannot afford to be sitting back with our hands behind our back because of some legal entanglement. All legal matters can be resolved. We have very bright lawyers in this country who have tried big cases and have been able to be successful, whether it's through arbitration or negotiation, as the case may be. Because it's our asset. It wasn't sold, it was leased. So best we sell it, it might be easier to get back. Because we have sold things that we get back much easier. I'm just saying the facts. The issue of the farm roads, Madam President, that one was I laugh because you saw the report we saw for today from the fiscal midterm report. One of those major areas had to do with farm roads. We had $1 million earmarked for last year to spend on farm roads. Only $312,000 was spent. We would like to know which roads. I didn't want to know the cost of each road, but which roads are really fixed. We're not talking about pitching and concreting roads. We're talking about just grading the roads so that the farmers could have access. We only spend $300 and something thousand. Is it we don't have capacity? Or is it we don't know the roads to go and fix, so we didn't really fix the roads? We would like to get some explanation on that because that's one of the biggest issues for us. In fact, the biggest three issues for us in agriculture from a crop standpoint is roads, labor, pre-lasting. I'm not even dealing with the cost of goods, the cost of material. That's a different discussion. And if this number one is not touched, I am wondering. And then, what is interesting, Madam President? When I look at the extension activity, I call the extension division, it mentions that farm roads is a key activity for 2025. So I smile and I say, great. But I have to read. So I then go over to the capital expenditure area. And I realize for the next 3 years, 2025, 2026, 2027, again, I think it's an error, 0, 0, 0. I think there is an error. It could never be. Because I didn't spend all. And that's why I conclude maybe they don't know which roads need to fix. So look, if I don't know which roads, best, well, don't put nothing in to be safe because we don't know which road. But we know the roads. A lot of roads. If we're on the ground with the farmers in the community, we know those roads. So I'm saying to us, we need to put back the $1 million and we can work together and share the roads with you. In fact, Madam President, if I may go there, because sometimes he doesn't want to go there, but I'm going to go in their side. If I may go there, the GCNA, because of all of this frustration, has recently engaged some of the heavy equipment operators, like the Kenny Chucky and the Claudius Spear, the Harry and others, to provide what they call a sort of pro bono service with some intervention from us and some collaboration from the petrol companies to be able to address some of these roads. In fact, they have already pledged, in all cases, to do 2 roads, which are already identified, which are going to help to do the grading, backfilling, and so that farmers could be able to get to the nutmeg and cocoa land. This we have to do. And that, I sure, wouldn't cost us, even if we had to put a little money, $50,000. So what have we done with the $375,000? And what have we done with the remaining 700 and something thousand? So that's what I'm saying. Let's put it back. And let's work together. And let's do more roads. This is not a difficult task. So farmers can have a better day and they could be able to access the land, notwithstanding all the challenges that they've been having. Madam President, as I go further down, I see that the issue of the soil lab and all of those things are coming back, and so on, the tissue culture lab. Those are important support that the farmers need. But when you look at the poultry industry, you know, I recognize $2 million was allocated last year, and that was from the same food security World Bank project. You had just about $800,000 was spent, and you had, you know, the rest remaining, and I see $1 million in 2025. But my appeal on the poultry issue, the feed is a big issue, and that was raised when you look at all the presentations in the past on poultry. And like agriculture, where you have some intervention with the fertilizer, you have the buses getting some concessions. I believe that government need to find, as was said by the leader of government business in last year's presentation, we need to look and find a way to find out what is that price at which we can get our local consumers to buy the local meat and provide them with some sort of offset on the price of the feed, such that in partnership with the supermarkets and so on, for the main commercial producers, we can be able to do something, because poultry import is about $50–60 million, out of this $300 and something thousand in the food import bill. So even if you spend $5 million and you could save $20 million, this to me, Senator Rahman will tell you, is a good return on investment. It's a good moral boost for all of us. I don't think this is a very difficult one. We have very bright persons in the Ministry of Finance who could work out some modalities and find a way around that. This, I think, would make a big dent for us in this thing. The issue of labor, Madam President, is a big concern. And when I look at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Export, the whole issue of free movement of persons, they have made some progress. It's not finalized in terms of the movement of agricultural workers. I know Senator Rahman speak about some person he met who can intervene in terms of providing labor, seasonal labor. But our thing here in Grenada is not seasonal labor, because agriculture going on year round. We are a tropical climate, and so we need to find a way to move towards that, because there are a lot of persons who are interested, and we should find a modality to whether we need to have a consultation on the matter with the farming community, with the Ministry of Labor, and find out and create some education in terms of that. The issue on Carriacou, Madam President, I see a lot on the paper that what is happening, and some is unfinished, some is to be doing. I'm not on the ground. I wouldn't say I know what finished, what not finished, but it's good activities. Maybe as Senator Cox says, some might be political, some might not be political, but for us in the sector, a farmer is a farmer. And so once they are benefiting to start with, then we go look and see if there's any injustices along the way. But so far, there seems to be doing some work in that regard. The issue on the agronomy division in the Ministry of Agriculture, Alice Neils and her team, they have a long list of things that they want to do. The propagation of the different plants and so on, specific work with propagating more nutmeg and cocoa and using the marketing technologies and so on. Those are very encouraging and promising. And so the support I see for her and a team up in Maribo is good. But at the same time, she needs skilled persons. They have to hire back a retired person to come and help with the marketing and so on. But we need training, and the same point I raised earlier. So we need to have this thing done urgently, not wait for some program 3 years down the road and then not may take 6 and 7 years to bear. Be shooting myself in the foot. right? So the pest management unit, again, I think, again, they have some vacancies there, but we need to ensure that the early laboratory and testing ability is very important in the ministry, in the pest management unit, because pests, both coming in and pests for going out, is very critical. I see they made some progress with monitoring for fruit fly and all of those things. So we need to encourage them. But we know that they can do more if they get the support. They asked for some legislative review. And I know that this legislative review that they speak about with the Plant Protection Act and all those things is something that's been on the table maybe since Paul Graham was there. So that is way over 10, 15 years. I think that there's a call, and I think we have the ears of the Attorney General here, and the message can reach back where it's supposed to reach in order to help with this matter. Madam President, the issue of the FOH, I realize also in this year's budget that FOH, support for FOH and school gardening was zero, whereas last year we had a little bit of money. I remember a teacher meeting me a few years ago and say, Senator, make sure you raise the matter, we need some money in FOH. So if we want to get the youth involved, we want to get the young persons involved, how could we remove the money there? Now, if it's reassigned to in Ministry of Education, we cannot FOH in agriculture and the money sitting on in education. There is no money. So I mean, I like the new program and the new format for the budget. I think it's well, in terms of the software layout, it's a lot more friendly than before. So I don't know if things get missed out, Madam President. So I really think that in the Ministry of Agriculture in particular, they should take a look again and see how these figures that are there are going to affect them, because when it comes time to spend, they will not be able to spend unless they come up with special warrants, etc. So my next question asked is that I know we are in March. We are speaking on a budget that's supposed to be for the year. Of course, we know monies was spending because the supplemental budget was mainly capital budget when we discussed that last year. So whatever special warrants, etc., the question is how much money has been spent so far on what in a new space from January to March? Because it wouldn't be that from April, after this bill would have passed, you're starting up with this $1.9 billion spending. It's going to retroactive from January, February, March. So how much are spent? So we want to know how much remaining. Because next thing, half of it spent already. We don't know. And that's come back to the point that I always raise from since then. We need to really have a proper monitoring and evaluation as to where we reach. Even when we come back to a supplemental, sometimes you end up with new items. But the old items, we don't know where you reach. If you go to the bank for money, when you go back and you say you need to get some more, the bank say, hold on, let me see where you reach with the money you had the first time. You want more in it? Okay, well then you give less. And this, I think, is my concern. Madam President, the issue of honey is a big issue. I know there was some activity done by the government and Trinidad and so on, particularly into Trinidad. There was some discussion at quoted, but we cannot only have discussions and friendly discussions, because I look at the report again, the medium-term report, showing that our honey production has increased. Of course, we can look at value added and selling in the local market, but of course it's always good when we export to help with the balance of trade. So we need to really act aggressively. The role of the embassies and so on, I think is good. I mean, I personally have interaction with China, the Ministry of Trade, Cuba, former Senator Noel, our good friend Ian Marshall in China, sending samples of different products and so on. And so we think this is good. But we hope that we can get some results from that at some point, and not just sending product for sending product's sake, but it's a good approach and a good idea. The receptions we have gotten so far has been good, not just with products of the GCNA, but general feedback from that type of initiative that they are doing. So we welcome that. The issue, Madam President, about the Farmers Day, National Farmers Day, is something that I really applaud and endorse. But I see we had about $500,000 last year, and now we're down to $75,000 for this year. So I don't know if it's going to be a much scale-long activity. Because $75,000 for National Farmers Day, really and truly, I sure by the time you get awards and this and that, might be more money. But we look forward to that day. And the recommendation I want to throw out also to Minister of Agriculture in that regards, that I think if it's every quarter, you know, whilst the farmers group may not be fully organized per se, but they are clusters. You know, you may meet with the north or the east or whatever district. I can't tell him how to do his work. But at the same time, if it's every quarter, you meet with one sector, one section of the country, should get a lot of feedback, so that, because all of this feedback on them would help to engineer the process. And so, for example, when persons tell you who have worked with Minister then George Brizan, Minister of Agriculture, his constant monitoring and project planning approach with his team on a constant basis, able to keep them abreast as to where are we with this, where are we with that, where are we with this. And this is, to me, part of the issue that leads to our implementation issues. We really should be discussing these things now, to see we shot by this and we shot by that. Because in a software situation, real time, we could know with the click of a button how much money we spend already. That technology, that's what we're living in these days. And it will tell you whether or not project is downstream, a project is lagging behind, and then you have farmers waiting. I mean, for example, we had a good event a few weeks ago, and Minister said, I hope you say that, because there's girls' trouble in the Senate. Well, at least he left, he didn't want to hear me. But, but my good friend, we spoke, we went and do something with GIZ and irrigation equipment and so on for farmers. But this was something that was supposed to be happening about 3 years before 2 weeks ago. You know, so you have about 200 farmers plus to benefit from that. This is good. But the question is, what would have happened to them all the time? You know, so I just raising these things because to me, some of the programs that are there, the activities.
I just put my mic on as well.
Yeah, just if you get just 5 minutes, Madam President, please. That's my last point, and then I have some closing remarks I want to make, which is more closing. Thank you. Yeah. So what I was saying is that our program is not bad. Farmers, Pre-Elasini, all those things. But what we want is for it to happen. And if we don't have enough staff, that shouldn't be a problem because it's budgeted for. So let us put out the advertisements. Let us give the young people opportunities to get work. Some of them might be working somewhere else, but they may want to leave and come and work in the Ministry of Agriculture. Particularly now that they have the pension plan and everything is settled, now their mind is more clear, they know what they're coming into. I think we need to do that, and I think that to me is fair and just. Because you have a ministry to run, and if you're running it short, I mean, come on, you would do that forever? You will just fail. Like you want to go in a bad road, you don't have 4x4, but you still want to go. You'll never get there unless somebody come and pull you. So, Madam President, with that said, I want to use this opportunity to, as I close in my comments, to thank the farmers, you know, that they would meet me and say, good, keep going. You know, one meet me the last time. He says, see, I'm an NMP, you know, but I like how you just talk, you're straight, and you're standing up for us. I don't know what you is, you know? No, it's, you see, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm fatigued, I don't know. Right? But the point is that they keep going after me. I sit here today and one say, look, I see they remove the budget for poultry last year was $2 million. They're informed. He said, but I see it gone into $1 million. What's going on? We want to know what's happening with that. And this keeps me on my toes, so I can even lie to them. I can't even make up a story. And so I have to read to see I have all the papers because I need to be properly equipped to represent their interests. And so I thank them every day for the support, for the encouragement. I really thank them. I thank my staff where I work in the GCNA because, you know, for just the support in different ways that they are there and so on, the board of directors and the chair, for the support, you know. Support is important. They don't even have to say, yes, you're doing good, or yes, we support you, but the moralness, you know that, you know, they are there with you, my friends, and everybody, family, everybody, you know, that support me through this time, inside here, the camaraderie, and so on, as we express our views to make things better. And with the Almighty God, as my friend will say, we know that prayers and strength will always take us through. But it's all about justice, you know. And I would close, I had a quote, but my computer closed, but it was by Mr. Diaf, who used to be the chairman, the former head of the FAO, the Secretary General. And basically you're saying that the whole issue of food security is about justice. And so I say this to say that the obligation and commitment of the Ministry of Agriculture to feed this nation is about justice. Justice to make sure that we get food, justice to make sure that the persons who have to provide the food can get justice to provide the food. Because when there is no food, and when you cannot eat, is the most scariest moment in a man's life. Of course, not when you're intentionally fasting, of course. I thank you.
I thank the Senator representing fishers and farmers in the Senate of Grenada for his presentation, which included a number of recommendations, suggestions, and at least one offer of partnership. So I think we're on track for collective implementation of the budget, having heard all the speakers today. Review and critique, but willingness. The hour is late. I must say that Livingston Nelson, I just recognize that's you there. CEO of the Grenada Cultural Foundation, thank you for joining us. And all those who are here today and have now left, thank you for coming. All senators, you know who you are to speak on Thursday. I want to thank the leader of government business in the Senate for kicking off today, Senator Adrian Thomas, and to stimulate such a response from the leader of the opposition business in the Senate, Senator Nolan Cox, and all others who spoke. As of now, the Senate is adjourned and we resume on Thursday. We don't have to take a vote. Yes, supper is provided. That's the big news of the moment. Supper is provided. All those in favor of our adjournment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned and all our visitors are invited to join us for supper upstairs. Thank you.